of Winnebago County Supervisors. Hopefully everyone is checked in. If we'll all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Invocation, Supervisor Powers.
Okay. Good and gracious Creator of the world and lover of all humankind, teach all of us who hold office in this county the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose we may faithfully serve in our offices to promote the well-being of all people. Amen.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year's budget deliberations stretched over 3 days, totaling 18 and a half hours, making it a challenge for both the public and board members. Setting a specific time for voting on budget amendments would improve the accessibility for the public, support supervisors with jobs or family commitments, and be considerate of our county clerks who are preparing for the election week. The scheduling aims to make our process more efficient and inclusive. Saying all that, I move that the board vote on budget amendments on Tuesday, October 29th at 6 o'clock p.m. At that time, a vote will be taken to proceed. If the majority of those present are not ready to vote, the final vote on budget amendments will take place on Wednesday, October 30th at 6 o'clock p.m.
Motion is made and seconded. Who seconded it? Supervisor Hullaber seconded it. Discussion. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask what time we adjourned last year on Tuesday and Wednesday? Because 6 p.m. seems like it's awfully late when you're starting at 8 a.m. to start voting and deliberating.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you. Supervisor Hintz, I did check on YouTube to verify the timestamps of everything. On Tuesday, we motioned to postpone to Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. On Wednesday, we adjourned the meeting at 10:30 p.m. On Wednesday, there was also no lunch break given. So the meeting started at 8:30 a.m. There was no dinner break given. So the meeting started at 8:30 a.m. Lunch break was taken, and then there was no dinner break.
Any other questions? Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not about that, but this is another comment from the committee and commissions and boards. I attended the AdvoCap meeting last week.
Can we just stick to this for right now, and when we go back to committees, commissions, and boards?
We're not on
please?
that? Never mind.
Anyone else on that? We do have a motion and a seconded on the floor. Would you like to repeat that, please?
Okay, the motion was made that the board vote on budget amendments on Tuesday, October 29th at 6 o'clock p.m. At that time, a vote will be taken to proceed. If the majority of those present are not ready to vote, the vote on budget amendment will take place on Wednesday, October 30th at 6 o'clock p.m.
And we will vote by machine. That has been requested by many of the board already, so we might as well get ready for it. Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What happens if we wrap it up at noon on Wednesday? We have to come back at 6 to vote?
Yes.
That's what's passed.
Why do we want to do that? I mean, I think we need the flexibility to be able to vote when we finish. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Hanson.
Chairman, may I just please clarify that this is a final disposition vote, is that correct? Not on specific budget amendments, this would be the final disposition?
Correct. On the amendments. On the amendments. And then the final. The amendments and then the final. Any other questions? Supervisor Lutz.
Thank you. I certainly would like the fact that we would be voting later in the day. You know, for those of us that might have jobs, I mean, I know I will not be able to make budget meetings tomorrow or Wednesday because of work. It would certainly be nice to have that opportunity to, you know, I might be able to watch these at my job on my computer, but I won't be able to make, vote unless we do something like this, so. I would approve it, so.
Anyone? Supervisor Halber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in the same situation where I can make all day today and all day tomorrow. And if we don't make this, or if we don't approve this amendment, I will have sat here and not been able to vote on the final resolution of any of these amendments. So I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Swan, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to me, we know when this budget meeting is coming up every year. I don't understand why people at work can't take paid time off to prepare for this meeting. We need to be here in our seats for this meeting and vote in our seats, at the duly appointed time when we are finished. We cannot be waiting for, the minority of the people who can't be here because of work or whatever to vote. We want to finish up and vote. You take the time, when the meeting's going to be, take the time off and be here for the meetings. Otherwise, don't be a supervisor. It's part of the obligation of being a supervisor. Thank you.
Supervisor Halber, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everyone that I was elected in April of this year. I had already used up all of my PTO and vacation for medical leave and things like that. So it's completely outside of some people's control to take PTO and get here to do their job when they were elected in the same year. We just want to be able to do our job and do the best that we can for our constituents. The intent of this is to be able to allow us to do our jobs the best that we can do them with the accommodations that we need. We're not asking to vote remotely. We're not asking to cast absentee votes or anything. We're just saying, can we schedule this vote so we can be sure to make it? Anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
They keep skipping me.
I'd just like to echo Supervisor Swan's statements. We're going to be here for 2.5 days. Come 10, 11, 12 o'clock on Wednesday, when we're done, let's be done. The idea of paying mileage for everybody to come back here at 6 o'clock at night, I think is not in everybody's best interest. Everything is hashed out, argued out. By noon Wednesday, we ought to be done and we ought to be able to finish and put the budget to rest.
Anyone else? Supervisor Hint, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm along with Mr. Swan and Mr. Nelson. For those of us who are here at 8:30 in the morning, to ask us to spend the day here and then even longer on potentially on Wednesday. I just think that this is part of what our job was when we signed up and took our papers out and got elected. And for the minority, I'm sorry that you can't make it, or if you can't make it, but the majority can and will be here all day long through the process, so I will not support this amendment.
Supervisor Burrow.
Mr. Chairman? Just to echo the last three supervisors, I think we should challenge ourselves to be done by noon on Wednesday. And as we look at resolutions, let's make sure they're material and meaningful versus for the sake of making small changes. The executive team, if you looked at the inch-and-a-half budget, has spent a tremendous amount of time, them including the committees. So I suggest we challenge ourselves to complete by noon on Wednesday.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In answer to Supervisor Swan, who said he doesn't understand why people can't take paid time off to do this, there are people who work for places that do not give paid time off. It is unpaid time if you're going to work something for the community. You're a member of you're a supervisor of Winnebago County, your boss will not give you paid time. It's unpaid.
Anyone else? One last time, otherwise we're going to vote. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a point, and I'm going to support Supervisor Halber in this. You know, there are a lot of new people here who had no say on the schedule, right? I mean, it's in the county board rules, right? We vote on it then, but no one knew exactly what the implications of that were. So I think we need to be at least a little more compassionate against the people who are new. And the other thing is, the schedule itself is not posted within state statute or within the rules themselves as a requirement to be a supervisor. So we have to be careful about how we come to that conclusion that if, you know, we don't follow a specific, you know, path that you want, that people shouldn't be a supervisor. I think we need to be careful about that. So with that, thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Hanson, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, so it can be said out loud, in passing of the budget, how many votes are needed? Is it a majority, a 2/3? So that would require how many supervisors yea vote to pass?
A majority vote.
No, I think he said for the budget to pass.
Also, a majority.
Point of information, majority of those present or of the body?
Majority of members present.
Supervisor Bender.
You know, we have people that work first shift, second shift, third shift. How do we make accommodations? You know, it's like we've voted like this the 8 years I've been in here. That's how the meetings have been run. I feel bad for the people that can't make it because they have to work. Julie Gordon, Supervisor Gordon, had to take a half a day of vacation every day to be on the land and water conservation. She knew that. She wanted to be on the committee. She took the vacation. You know, I don't know how we can make exceptions for 36 members. We all work different shifts. Some of us are retired. I think the system we had worked just fine. If you can't make it, well, you can't make it. I understand that. You have to work. Next year, maybe you'll be able to schedule your vacation around it. But for now, I think this has worked for a long time. Why would we change it?
Anyone else? Last call. Okay, we've all heard the motion made and seconded. Do you want to read it one more time, please? Just to make sure they all understand it.
Motion was made that the board vote on budget amendments on Tuesday, October 29 at 6:00 p.m. At that time, a vote will be taken to proceed. If the majority of those present are not ready to vote, the vote on budget amendment will take place on Wednesday, October 30th at 6:00 p.m.
So we'll vote by machines. So if you're in favor of the motion, vote yes. If you're not, vote no. And don't forget to push save. Yes, sir, Mr. Ponzer, Supervisor Ponzer, I'm sorry. She's coming right beside you, I think. Up or down? Up. You said up. You said up, correct? Supervisor Ponzer, yes. But she's trying to get them all in. She's still trying to get some that the machines aren't working. Should show it. John was down. Supervisor Holt?
Press E-Volt, and it'll pop up as the, press E-Volt, and if it locks you out. Your vote has already been cast in the last session.
Supervisor Stafford,
Supervisor Stafford?
up or down?
Supervisor Gabbert?
Supervisor Gilbertson,
Supervisor Gilbertson?
yes.
Supervisor Fari?
Supervisor O'Brien,
Supervisor O'Brien?
it's 13 to 19.
You gonna show up? Failed 13 to 19 with one abstention. Right. Do we have a motion for this evening's adoption of the agenda? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the AdvoCap board, and I did attend a meeting last week and learned that because we have capped the amount we're giving AdvoCap for senior meals, now 500 seniors are no longer receiving a frozen meal for Sunday. They get a frozen meal delivered on Friday for Saturday, and they used to get 2 meals, and now there's 500 senior citizens who no longer get a meal on Sunday. I think that's deplorable.
Anyone else? Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder, the Land Conservation Committee will be meeting on November 7th. Prior to that meeting, we will be having a public hearing, certainly all the supervisors can attend if they wish, to review and discuss a proposed amendments to Chapter 13 of County Code. Once again, that's at 9 and the meeting's at 10. Thank you.
Anyone else on committees, commissions, or boards? Anyone on Zoom? We'll consider that part closed. At this time, we'll go to the 2025 county budget public hearing pursuant to status stat 65.90, parent 4. County executive. It's all in here. County executive said it's all in here. You should all had one put on your desk.
This will be a continual PowerPoint that'll run directly through all departments that goes along with the budget book. So as far as we get tonight, we'll pause it there and then we'll just keep going. So you do have a print off of that in front of you. Let me give this a test run real quick.
While he's looking that up, I said I'm supposed to read this. On Sunday, October 13th, a notice of the county budget public hearing was noticed in the Oshkosh Northwestern pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 65.90, paragraph 4. You can go ahead if he wants, it don't matter. It don't matter.
Am I good? All right. So welcome to the 2025 budget hearings for Winnebago County. I got a few things we're going to go over. I've talked to this at length in committee, so we're going to, just for those in the general public or citizenry that are watching today, we want to just go over a couple real quick things. So state impact on local dollars first. What is that? That's 2006. Again, that was levy limit. So we are constrained as Winnebago County that our new revenue is net new construction and not much over that. It was 1.04, a little bit less than 1.04% this year. Also, Act 23, which was shared revenue, gave us an additional bump in state aid last year of roughly $1.8 million. Act 12 also repealed personal property tax, but we are made whole by that. So in that state, Act 12, and the state Act 12, they made us whole. So it was $920,000 that we were collecting in personal property tax that went away, and the state gave us the $920 back. Then, of course, there's other intergovernmental aids increased for specific reimbursements tied to medical assistance and in human services in Parkview. All right, so the timeline of the county budget this year, how do we get to this point? So in April and May, department heads started thinking about their budget. In June, we did a budget kickoff to kind of give some of the assumptions, the 4% for raises or 2% scheduled, 2% merit, and try to come in with as close to as flat as you possibly could. In June and July, we began program inventory creation. So that's when departments started looking at what they do and figuring out how do we isolate that in specific programs. In June, personnel requests were due to human services, so after that, there were no more requests for personnel or adjustments on there. In July, their budgets were due to finance. So once we had the programs kind of figured out and budgets pretty much guesstimated to where departments were going to go, they started the program cost allocation, which went from July through August. There are a lot of different meetings on the back end on that. In August, we had a collaboration meeting with the budget team on costing and requests. So that's where we internally questioned some of the programs. Do they have to be broken down? Some of kind of our ideas of where we wanted to get. In September, we met with chairman committees. We had continuing conversations on that, and which adapted a little bit to the time it got to the county board or the county committees. So in October, the budget was introduced, published in the newspaper, so we posted on the website. And then later in October, we came to every single committee meeting and kind of walked through programs. Again, those programs, those allocations, how we did things are all up for discussion in the coming year. Just a recap on County Code on budgeting, what do we actually do? County Code 3.01 is where we get the authority of the administration of the budget. Again, 3 broad categories: your labor, your operating expenses, with a little caveat for travel. So what we put in travel is limited to that. So to increase that at all throughout the year, we have to go to P&F and the county board to increase that. And then capital outlay, which should be anything, any improvements or anything that you have that's less than $100,000. Again, that is really what we approve. Everything else in the budget book is just to show our work of how we came up with those numbers. And again, the problem with that way of thinking and looking at it line item only is it doesn't really tell a good job. It doesn't do a good job of telling the story of what we do in county government. So if we look at this, here is that overview page from my budget, and I just kind of want to show what we're approving. So it's those highlighted boxes, and if I had something in capital outlay, there'd be another box there. So that's when you approve, when you adopt the budget, those are the sections that you are proposing. So a lot of the line item thing, it's harder. It's easy to make a policy decision and be very clear. Supervisor Schellinger, we worked a little bit on some of that with Parkview, but the authority on the line item, the object codes, it gets really murky. So this is really on every department. These are the lines that the rolled up that you're approving. With that, I'd like to invite the Director of Administration to come up and give her a little bit of her overview of priority-based budgeting and some of her assessment. She promised that she would take a look at her budget and get back to you, so here we are.
This one? Yep. Okay. Good evening. Thank you all for coming. Many of you have already heard this, but I want to recap this for those of you who aren't 100% sure of what priority-based budgeting is. Priority-based budgeting is a new way of thinking budget. When I say new, it's new for you all, but it's been around for about 10 years or more. And it's the idea of, instead of looking at line item, and I know that y'all have seen that quite a bit, instead of looking at the line item budget, it is how can we more effectively see what we're doing and make better informed decisions on what we're doing. Because it's easy to say, oh, that's line item, that line item went up 5% or 10%, and why? But if you look at your programs, and this is where priority-based budgeting really comes into play, if you look at the programs and the services, and you know how they're defined, then you can make better informed decisions. So priority-based budgeting is about elevating your budget, taking it out of just line items, and now we've elevated it to what is it that we do? What is it that we're in business to do? So every one of the departments, just as a real quick recap, every one of the departments went through this year, and they went down and they prioritized, they looked at everything, and they said, what is it that we are in business to do? And they listed out all their program inventories. And then they went through and they defined all their program inventories. And so we've gone through a series of meetings that went through. They did a really good job, I will say, of defining everything and all the programs that they have and that they do. And there are quite a few of them out there. There's a lot of departments and there's a lot of programs that are very beneficial to this community. Then we look at and we say, okay, now that we know what we're in business to do, how much does it cost to do all of these services? How much does it cost to do all these programs? Went through now and allocated their line item budget back to all those programs. So now you know what is it the county does. All these departments work very hard. They list all their services. Now they have a cost behind all those services. And now y'all can see this is what we're in business to do, and this is how much it costs to do what we're doing. So this is phase one. Phase two will come next year. Just as a recap, phase two is coming next year, and then what we're going to do is we're going to align all of our costs, all of our programs back to the community priorities. That starts with a strategic plan, a really good strategic plan that all of us in this room, all of the directors, we all come together as one team
for the purpose of being public service to our community, right? And so we're all coming together as one team, as one unit, to look at a strategic plan to say, yes, this is what's important to our community, and we all vote on that, and we approve that, and once we have that, then that allows for us to move forward and say, okay, now we have all of our programs, we have all of what it costs to do our programs, we have a set strategic plan that we have all agreed on, that this is the direction that our community needs to go and wants to go, and now we can take our programs and we can score them back against those priorities. And when I say score them, I mean we're going to have a set list of results. I call them big rocks, so if you ever hear me, if I slip up and say big rocks instead of results, it's the same thing. How we define, you might have 10, you might have 6. These are the major results that we have all agreed upon, and we have defined them. And they may have a couple of different definitions to it. You'll see that in your budget book, the results that it was a draft of some of the stuff that was put together, I believe, maybe this year or earlier in this year. That's an example. And so you see all those little bubbles around that one result. Those are definitions. Now we have something to score to, so we'll take our programs and we'll score it back. Does it achieve all of our results? Does it achieve all of our definitions that we said were important to us? And that's how we score them. But then you come back, now the department heads have all scored, then there's an additional step. The additional step is peer review. That peer review helps take the biasness out of the process. So me as a past department head, it would be super easy for me and my programs and services to say, oh yes, they all achieve the community results. I'm going to give all my services a 4 because they're all extremely important to me. And that's because we take pride in what we do, and we want all of what we do to score high. However, you're not scoring against what you think, you're scoring against what the community has told us is important. So the peer review is a team of different people that have come together, whether it's internal or external. I don't think we have quite looked at that yet, but it's a team that comes together, and they also score all of those programs back to the results. That takes the bias of me as a department head saying I want all my scores to be high. That takes the bias out of it, and then you come in and you compare. So now then you have a non-bias score on all your programs and services. And what that does, real quick, what that does is that allows you all, when things are brought before you, then you can say, how does this score against our community results? How does this affect what the direction of what we said our community wants? How do we go from that? If it scores low, then you have some talking points, and is it mandated, and to what level is it mandated? Is it federal? Is it state? Is it county? And if so, what do we do with that? So those are kind of the talking points. And I know most of you have already heard this, so I'm talking really fast and I'm trying to rush through it, but I just kind of want to give you an overview of why and what we're looking at and what for. So, oh, sorry, I didn't realize y'all didn't have my slide up there. Apologize. Okay, the next thing, I believe the first night I got here, and y'all were going to vote on me, I was asked what did I think about the budget process. I believe my response was something like, how about y'all let me dive into it and then give you an update. Okay, so here's my update. I think right now I have sat through I've been here 2 months, by the way, so thank you. But I think right now I've sat through a whole lot of budget meetings, okay, a lot. And I think what I can say is that I believe that we are on the right track, definitely on the right track. But I will also say I believe we have a long way to go. And so what that means is I believe John has done a good job of steering us on the right track, but we still have a long way to go, and so we all need to come together. That strategic plan is ever so important, and so it would really be great steps if we could get that in place and start keeping moving forward. Because I think that what y'all will see is something that I've heard a lot of questions, and I think once you see, when it's all complete, you'll start to see, oh, this works. Oh, we can make better informed decisions and not just line item based. So that's what I want to say. We're on the right track for sure, but we got to keep on that track, and we got to keep moving forward because we still have a good distance to go. And we'll do whatever we can to help with that, okay? And so physical health into the future, let me just go through this. We already said line item budgeting can make it slow to adapt to changing conditions, for sure. I've been in government for, since 2008. I won't just tell you my whole career because that'll tell you my age, but I've been in government for a long time, and I will tell you we did line item for quite some time, and it doesn't tell a true story, okay? So I've always said your financials tell the story, tell the picture of the health of the community. Okay, so if we're back and we're doing line items and we're just increasing by 5% or 10%, and we're not knowing, yes, we agree to that, or no, we don't agree to that, we don't want to increase it, but why, right? So my questions are always, but why? If this is what you're doing, my question will be, why? And then, well, we're doing it this way for this purpose. And then I will say again, but why? Because I think you got to tell that story. And if you're not looking at the right picture, you're not getting the true story. And I think that's what we're here to do. So that's kind of where that is. We want to plan for the use of fund balance, but we talked about our actuals are way off, and I'm going to talk about it on the next slide. Well, in 2 slides. Because the idea of what we need to be looking at is budget versus actual. We talk a lot about budget, and in just my 2 months, I can say that I haven't heard as much about actual, but we need to look at budget versus actual because that tells your story. Here's what we budget. Budget is a plan. Here's our plan for the next year, but how are we actually functioning? Actually looking at where does it all come in? The auditor's report will give you what the actuals are, and so how do those two compare? That's something that we need to be looking at. And going forward, we've got plans to do fund summaries, which will tell you summaries by funds, and it will show a better picture. So the next slide, I believe, is one of the changes you will see this year that was made is an internal service fund, and there's internal service fund charges on almost all departments, and you'll see that. The internal service fund, that is put into place. The purpose is to look at your true costs. I want to make sure that's up there. Okay, yeah. The purpose is to look at your true cost of anything. A lot of the internal service fund is all IT driven, and it's not all of the IT charges. They went through and they put forth some of the goods and the services like your computers and all of those kind of things. Those were put through and charged to the departments because what you want to see is when we're talking about a true story and a true picture, if different departments, you think this is what what it cost, but you don't really see, oh, well, they don't have their IT expenses in there. So it's not what it truly costs because they still have IT expenses. And I'll even go a step further. You still have your HR expenses. You still have your finance people expenses. You still have your procurement and your contract management. All of those are internal services that are done, but you don't recognize the true cost in the different departments. So we're starting small, implementing a portion of the IT, and just look at it as we go. And as we go, that it'll tell a bigger story, and you'll be able to assume that. And I think John has talked about even grants. You want to be able to assume your real costs so that when you are going out for grants, then we get a larger portion of that through the grants. If we're not looking at our true cost, then you're leaving money on the table, and none of us want to do that. So that's another thing. So we're going to move on to budget versus actual. And this is a slide. You'll see this a couple of times in this presentation, budget versus actual. This is your past trends, 2019 through 2023. Okay, your 5-year average, 11.9 million across the board, less than expenses. So we budgeted an amount, but our actuals came in less, $5.8 million more in revenue. So what we budgeted or what we assumed, we got in more. And we always tend to want to be conservative, and that is good. I'm not saying that at all, but what I'm saying is when I said we need to tell the true and right story, if we're budgeting a huge deficit and we are actually ending up with a good surplus, is that telling the true story? The answer, in my opinion, in my professional opinion, is no. So we need to close that gap a little bit. We need to go through the budget, as we're all doing, and I've seen a lot of work done for that, so I will just tell you, everybody in this county is doing a lot of work to right-size this budget. But I wanted to paint this picture for you so that you can see that we need to do a better job of getting our budget and our actuals more in line so that you can see that true picture. Okay, so then John's up again. Thank y'all. There you go.
All right, thank you.
If there's any questions, we'll ask them after John is done.
Yep, that sounds good, and I'm really close, actually. Here's my last slide. So I've talked a lot about rethinking budgeting and being a GFOA best practice. The slide that I put this in, this is based off of the Arthur Young report that was proposed to the Winnebago County Board in 1987. 37 years ago, it was recommended that we head in this direction. Now, for theater, I wanted to get a big book with dust on it and blow it off for visual effect. On one of the things of some of the complaints people have with government, they do these reports, then it sits on a shelf. So 37 years ago, they highlighted that it's difficult to isolate budget by program. Policymakers should have the budget presented in such a way that it's easy to identify spending alternatives that represent different policy choices. They also warned that across-the-board cuts, which is something we have been doing, encourage a stockpiling of potential costs so that true sacrifices are not required by budget time. Now, I'm not a big fan of the word sacrifices. I like reallocations. But this is the words in the 1987 Arthur Young report. Also, the presentation of the budget invites scrutiny of minor line items at county board level. That sounds familiar. Supervisor Bureau, I think you mentioned that in comments a few minutes ago. It also had recommendations to take steps toward a program budget and to hire an administrative manager in the county executive's office to serve as a focal point for scrutinizing department heads or their budgets and their operations. That is something that caught some heat for, but did year one. And it's kind of pulled some of this stuff out and gotten us on the right path. And then numerous more recommendations that were actually in there. Director of Administration was actually something that was recommended in 1987. They also talked about a Director of Public Works, a Director of Health and Human Services, two things that I thought about in this budget but couldn't justify. So we're on our way. I just want to let you know that it wasn't just GFOA best standards, but we had the opportunity to be way ahead of the curve in 1988 and 1989. It's taken us a while, but I'm glad that we are finally here. So with that, that is it for my overview portion of the budget. And before we get into leading off with departments, I will stop there and take any questions if there are any.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. You had a slide up there that talked about the budget versus actuals and how
Yep.
we need to close that gap. I am curious, as we continue this work, you know, let's take Human Services, for example. I mean, they have a lot of swings, but the swings is primarily because of the reimbursements that we receive from the state or from the
Sure.
Fed. How do you consider that kind of consideration when you talk about trying to reduce this gap, knowing that we have some things that it's difficult to plan for in general?
Sure. Look at 2019, all right? So we budgeted a deficit of 11.6 million. We had a surplus that year, that's what our audit said, of 3.3 million. There is no swing in Human Services that is $14 million, right? So you will always have a little bit of swing. A planning document is never actual, right? All I'm saying is we can get closer than that, right? So if we can get closer to that $2 million mark, that's better than being off by 15.
Right, and that makes sense to me, but I want to make sure that we're also, to what you just said, offering some flexibility for some departments that may have a difficult time on managing to a specific number.
Human Services is a great point for that. So we always talked about, what if we have somebody that gets put in Lincoln Hills, right? Does that mean that we have to budget 12 months of somebody in Lincoln Hills, or do we have to budget 3 months? Enough for us to come to the board and say, hey, we were ordered that this person, this juvenile, be sentenced to Lincoln Hills. We now need an additional $600,000 to cover that gap. And that is what we should be doing. We should have enough for that contingency amount for us to be able to do what we have to do, and then come to the board and request the rest of that money.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
I just want to clarify, and Supervisor Stafford was fine, but we are on the 2 minutes, and you have two minutes to talk about, so it'll be 4 minutes, but you were mine. I just want to allow that, let anyone know ahead of time. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something similar to priority-based budgeting is 24 years ago, I was working with an organization that was doing outcomes-based funding through United Way. And there was an agency that dealt with adults with special needs, and the director and the associate director spent a couple of months, and they had middle school teachers come and talk to them about civics and how to vote and how things happen. And the outcome was supposed to be at the end of the voting day in November of 2000, everyone would know who won the election. That was the outcome that was supposed to be. Well, nobody knew the outcome of the 2000 election until sometime in December or January. That was the Bush-Gore campaign. So, in effect, he completely failed in his stated outcome, but he did all the work and taught them and registered them, and there could be times when you would have situations that are completely beyond control where you don't meet that priority, but there was no getting around it. Thank you. Oh, I also want to say thank you for this printout, because so often these things come up here and we cannot see them, and I even have binoculars in my drawer so I could read them, so thank you for this printout.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Challenger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as we talked about, I really like priority-based budgeting. I think it's going to give us a clear picture. There's a couple things missing from this budget book that this board has typically seen, and I was just hoping you could share with us why we don't see these. So first, we used to see a summary of significant changes within departments. For those who didn't see a previous budget, this would be, just the major changes between the previous budget and the current budget, as well as a reason why. So this year we'll see, for example, in human services, a bigger increase in labor because some positions were added. Second, we used to see two columns for the proposed budget. One was the executive's budget, and one was the budget request, the budget that department heads came in with. We don't see that this year. And then the third item is the levy and expense charts. So we used to see a couple of years summary of levy for each department, as well as a summary of their expenses over a series of years. So I was just wondering if you could share why you took those three items out.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I'll go from the bottom up, if that's okay. Oh, no, never mind. Well, the difference, right? That's levy and expense. I can't stand up here in good faith and say that's accurate when the history says it's not, right? So let's figure out a way. I know the tandem actually that we're building between Director Kaiser and Director Rauch is fantastic. So, the brilliant financial mind from the private sector teaming with the brilliant financial mind from the GFOA background is really going to be something beautiful to watch. So they're coming up with a different way to show fund balance accounting, I believe, is where they're looking at. And we have to really show those funds, which will be a better picture and more true than some of the levy and the revenues that have been off. So that was a call for them. This isn't really accurate, so let's pull it out. Second, the executive changes budget request. It's an executive budget. That's the the statute, right? So I work with department heads and we build it together. So instead of in the past where they're kind of building it and not asking me questions until we get there and hash it out in front of a chairman, and I'm seeing it for the first time and they're seeing it for the first time, and now it's a process that we understand we're on the same page. We're having these conversations. So when we come to a budget, it is really an executive budget, but done as a team. So there isn't that difference of this is what I'm asking for and this is what I can't get. So there's a little bit of difference there. I don't know if that really answers your question. The last thing, this summary of significant changes, again, it gets us back to kind of looking at the percentage change and not having the policy decisions we should be. So even though there's a significant change in human services this year for CLTS, there's a significant revenue that comes with that. So when the departments get up here, and just so you know, departments have given the direction of 10-minute presentations. They're going to give you some of those initiatives and challenges and successes they have. And then they're going to let you know their budget request. So anything that would be a significant change would be a budget request that they're making for you. So at that time, they should be able to express exactly what that is without being caught up with the minutia of we're adding 14 people to human services. But the revenue is there as well. So I guess it's just a trial run, I guess, to get us to a priority-based budget and kind of figuring it out by program. A couple things that I would have done differently even in this if we had more time.
Thanks. I appreciate the explanation. I think, and I think the outcomes that you're talking about in the future would be good, will be good, but in the present, it makes it really hard to see what's actually happening. And if we had all of the programs well-defined with costs and revenues truly allocated across them, then we wouldn't need that stuff. But lacking that, I find this to be a difficult budget to process because of the things that have been taken out of it. I take your point about, one budget and coming together and everything, but it also eliminates some of the visibility and transparency on the choice points that were made for the budget to get to this point. It makes it difficult for us to understand how you came to this document. I do really appreciate the vision. I do think it will get there. For right now, this is really difficult to see, though, what's going on as you've taken out the traditional things that we've been able to rely on and not provided us with fully accurate new artifacts to gauge gauge where the budget is.
Well, and if we address it real quick, we have to go in a new direction. I can give you a detailed outlook of what changed, and we're 16 million off. That's not transparent to me. So it's how do we figure out to actually give you a budget that's meaningful, lets you know what we're doing, and gives you some of those policy points. I agree with you because I thought the same thing. I remember my first budget, being paperless was a big thing. And every budget meeting, we beat up departments, Marianne especially, over your paper budget, right? And it was $1,000 here, $1,500 there, while we're looking at a $12 million structural deficit. And at the end of the year, we actually had a surplus that year. So I get it, but I want to try to find a way to show our budget that's actually meaningful and closer to true. So thank you for your questions.
Supervisor Facetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Jamie was giving her report, she was talking about the department heads looking at their various programs, and then from there kind of looking at least elevating to the supervisor level what we should be really looking at and not really getting into the weeds of the line items. I'm curious whether or not you had requested from the department heads that they actually look at the programs that they're running, And I'm not talking about are they justifiable, I'm talking about more of their internal operations and whether or not there are programs that, and you've mentioned this before, that are so siloed within on the same floor in the same building that they're housed, and where there may be opportunities for staff to be looking at and learning about other programs so that we don't just keep adding new programs, which then means more labor costs, more hiring challenges, and all of that sort of stuff?
Yeah, great question. So that has been happening naturally through the process. Department heads keep coming to me and saying, hey, I never thought about this. I never thought about the expense here. I never really looked in it. It's how through this process is how we figured out that we weren't even covering our costs at private pay at Parkview. Through this process, we figured out that we were only charging $15 for a seasonal at Parks, even though we were paying them $15.80 and matching their Sudafed FICA. Through this process, we figured that out. Through the Technology Interfund, we have departments questioning, do they really need a laptop? Do they really need a license? How do we kind of back that off? Before that, I want a laptop, I want a license, I want 2 screens, I want all that, because it was never hitting their budget. So they're actually questioning that. Land and Water, Chad said this really opened his eyes up quite a bit. Last year, very awesome thing. I think we had 145,000 trees or something like that went out, right? But with the cost that we recouped on it, we did that for $6,000, right? So there's a greater, I guess, output from having all these trees planted. But there's a way we can look at the process to maybe cut some of our cost out of it, or get a little bit more to make it do we rent out the tree planter? Are there other things that we could do with it? So a lot of departments naturally have been looking at their programs and starting to questioning their revenues and where they're actually doing the cost and different ways to get it done. So that is, I don't know if that answers your question, but naturally that's kind of happening where they're looking at their programs in a different way than they had before.
Can I just follow that up?
Yes, you have 49 seconds left.
49 seconds? Oh, great. I'll make it short. It sort of answers the question that it's kind of organic in terms of getting there. But as I was going through your presentation, I'm seeing kind of the same things like we need a 0.40 LTE or FTE or LTE, whatever it is. And when I look at that, it's like, okay, well, we're just filling positions of the same programs that are still there, and we're not really looking necessarily at, do we really need that, and is there another way to deliver that service? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's the intention is number one, this year, let's look at what we do and what it costs per department. And then let's figure out why we do it, and then figure out where the intersections are. How do we cross over? How do we help? A big reason that the STAR program at the jail is successful is because Human Services gets in there as well. We also bring Outside Partner Solutions comes in there. So we have all these things around it that we're not doing a good job of showing exactly how we invest in programs, but we will absolutely get there.
Supervisor Holt.
Yeah, I have 3 questions for you, and they're related to the future. So the first is an explanation of deviations when you are off in either revenue or expenses. Should we expect in the future at some point during this transition to start getting an explanation when there's a significant deviation? So that's my first question. Second question is, will there be accountability using clear data and measurements, or will it be something else? Like we talked about the bubble for now because that's what we have, right? So I don't know if that's the direction you're heading, and I don't want to set my expectations too high if that's not where you're headed. And then third, do you expect that in the future it will take 6 months to do budgeting?
All right, I'm going to take them in order. For the future, yes, absolutely, we need to do an exploration or explanation of deviations, but we need to do that every month. You know, where are we per what we budgeted? The first 3 years I was here, we barely talked about, we don't spend a lot of time in the audit, and we only talk about it at P&F. We don't talk about it at the county board. So that isn't really happening. This is a direction that Paul's been trying to get to, and I think with Jamie, we're going to be able to get there. Every department's going to see that, and every department's going to get a report on how we're doing to the budget. Second, Peer support or the peer review will happen, and we'll also bring that to committees. We'll let you know how we base it off of where it lined up with priorities or mandates. So I think that was your question, the peer review, how we're scoring the
It was
programs?
actually, are you using clear data and measurements, or peer reviews still could have bias, and that's why I
Yep.
asked this question. I've done this for many years in the corporate world as well, so I appreciate where we're headed. My question is more, is it a peer review that just says, are we headed towards that center circle or the center bubble, or are we actually using data and measurements?
I have an expert in the field coming
Okay,
up to
good.
answer that.
And then the third one was about
Yeah, while she's coming up here,
Yeah.
it's 6 months to do the budget, we should be thinking budget all the time.
Yeah.
It's a planning document, it's our policy document, we should be having those conversations every month in every committee all the time. And it should not be a surprise when we get here. That's the vision I'm looking for.
So I believe to answer your question, it is a set scoring model that everybody will have to go through and model it, including the peer review team. However we structure that peer review team, there's going to be a set model to say, does it achieve, okay, let me give you an example. If there is 4 different definitions around one result, does it achieve all 4 of these definitions? If the answer is no, then it doesn't maximize what our community is telling us to do, and then so on and so forth. There's a set scoring model. There's a set, does it achieve 1? Does it achieve 2? So everybody's scoring off the same model, under the same direction, and so I think the answer is yes. We have a set plan, a set model, and it does remove the bias because it's about how you structure that peer review team. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Supervisor Cox.
My mic out here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're all seeing some encouragement in how the budget is going to be structured in the future, but some of the things that I'm sure, if I'm having trouble with it, I'm sure a lot of you may, is the redefining of process in each one of the categories, we'll say DHS or human resources or parks, the redefining of those projects or their projects, how they break down each level and what it really means to them, and does it mean the same thing to us? We've been looking at object numbers and lines for a number of years, and it isn't really quite defining as what the program level is in defining that particular level and what the offshoots of it are and where they go, that kind of. We're actually learning a new language with regard to this budget program. And that's where I guess I fail a little bit, because I have broken down each one of these departments quite the same way.
Well, I think that's a great way of saying it. We are asking to speak a different language. The old language didn't really tell the story. The old language had 14 million off of revenue and or of expenses and 5 million off of revenue. If I wanted to just pull the John Damel show and do it my way, I wouldn't have changed a thing, because I couldn't tell you what was different. You couldn't tell me what was different in line item, right? So this is a new way of looking at it. It really highlights some of those priorities that we're doing, and by projects you meant programs, right? Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Right. So let's break it down to those programs and tell you exactly what we're doing on while we get it closer to true. So It is a different language. It is a different way of rethinking how you budget, but I think it's going to get us down a more accurate course. It is going to be easier for us to close that gap between how far we are off to actuals this way. The other way is really hard to really determine. Again, you look at the overall labor budget, but it doesn't tell you what they do. It's not telling you what they're actually accomplishing. So this will actually break it down. In a lot of the programs, people have their FTE is broken up. Maybe somebody has 0.2 in this program, 0.4 in this program. So if there's a program that we say, hey, we don't have to do this anymore, we can reallocate that person's time to somewhere where there's a greater need. So the old way, I don't know how to get us closer to factual or truth. This way I do. And it's a big step. I'm asking you guys to take a big leap of faith here and take a big step, but I think it's the right thing. Fear of failure is not something I don't struggle with that. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So perhaps I'm showing my inexperience here, because I should have thought of this question before and asked it before. I'm a little uncomfortable with how much we want the actual to resemble what we budget for, because like in the event of a foreclosure in Menasha, like we have the Whiting paper mill that's foreclosed on, and the county picks up the taxes for that and gives it to the school board and the city. And if, like in 2008, when a whole bunch of foreclosures went through, with that surplus, with that difference, we could reallocate that money to cover the foreclosures, right? And so how close do you want to get from actual to budgeted?
I would say closer than $16 million off.
I don't know how much 2008 cost.
Right. And maybe it's something closer to, a $5 million delta or a $3 million delta. And that is, I'd probably look at my finance director and my director of administration to tell me what the good number is on that.
Yeah. And so I guess, and I know nobody can answer this now. And like I said, I wish I had asked it earlier. I'm just wondering how much 2008 cost us, because that percentage is what we should be allowing for play.
I'm sure we still have that data around here somewhere. We can dig into that for you. Is that it? Nope. Oh.
Right. Were you waiting for Paul to check on something?
No, I don't think we're going to get that data now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's archive stuff.
Supervisor Hancock Cook.
Thank you, Chairman Egan. I am brand new to looking at documents this big that aren't War and Peace. So this is very interesting to me, and I'm learning. But I wanted to ask, when you talk about the future of budgeting, and we talk about the peer review, and we talk about that team, one of the challenges I have, and I don't know about other supervisors, but I suspect they share my issue, is that finding out what your constituents really want is very challenging.
Yep.
And trying to understand that, and I wonder how at this level in budgeting we're going to assume, or do we do surveys, do we do focus groups to understand what our constituents actually want, as opposed to what we think government should be providing. So I just want to reflect on that, and then I wanted to say thank you for the tome. However, I would really love it if the departments would look through their revenue and expenditures graphs, bar graphs, which are very useful to visual people, and make them actually readable. If you want to see a really good one, go to page 315.
Yep.
And even on the computer, it's not readable, because the way it comes out when you expand it, it's very fuzzy and it's hard to read. So many of the other groups, I can show you some great ones, are very legible, but I think it's a very useful piece of information. I love that everybody did it the same, but I would really like to be able to read them all. Thank you.
That came up as a bunch of questions, and we would like it to be better too. We were just trying to figure out how much can we get done for step one? Where is our step one, and what does that look like? But we are well aware of that, and I agree.
Supervisor Barrow.
The
Whoops, I'm sorry.
constituency, how are we going to find out the deniers of our constituency didn't get answered yet?
For the strategic plan, right?
For any of our decisions, yep.
Right, well, we are still working on a plan to kind of rehash the strategic plan. Again, input wasn't great on that. Again, you have better information, you have more information than a line item would have told you. You know, if it was just line items, I don't know how you know what I mean? If you had all those programs were gone and we went straight back to the line item, I don't know what that tells you either, and that's what we've been doing for decades.
Okay, I would agree with that, but the question still is, how are we going to find out? How do you plan to find out what the constituency of Winnebago County really wants, as opposed to assuming that what we're providing is fine and it's going to continue to be fine?
Well, I think when we get a strategic plan, we get it out there and we figure out how to communicate that, try to get some feedback. Feedback is not easy
Understood.
to get, right? You got to pull that out of people sometimes. But, you know, we could do a better job of trying to solicit it. There's a bunch of different ways to get that done.
Seems like it might need a budget.
I apologize. Supervisor Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and County Executive. We talked here a lot about, speaking a new language, that we're in phase 1, phase 2 to come. We're talking a lot right now on the annual budget, but I do want to draw attention to something very important, and that's on page 12 of the giant book that says continued pressure from increasing labor and other expenses against the levy limit will inevitably force the county to seek alternative revenues or abandon some services. But the first step, I certainly want to echo, if that's the long term that we're looking at, we need to understand our expenses, and that's what you're trying to capture.
Correct.
Really in this budget. And the next phase is all you've mentioned from priority-based budgeting is, first of all, what can we afford? What is it required? What's required that we have to by statute? And then what's left over, what do we do with that? And again, that comes back to the input from constituency. So this I see as a journey for all of us. And again, this is phase 1, and let's all stick with it, I guess is what I'm recommending.
Correct. What are we doing? What does it cost is
Yeah.
our goal for this year.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have no one else on here. Does anyone on Teams?
Okay, another change in the budget book this year is some of the categories that we broke it down with. So what we've done, the first one you're going to see is general government. That's what we're hoping to get through tonight. We have all our department heads for that. Again, they've been directed 10-minute presentations. What we try to do is we really try to follow what does it say in the state statute as far as our budget. What do we post in the paper and kind of get into that. So general government, again, you can find this in statute 6590, paren 3, paren B1, is really where that county code authority comes from the state. So this matches our newspaper publication per statute for easier reading for the public. We've moved a couple things into this category. We moved in county board, the scholarship, miscellaneous, and unclassified into this. What you'll find out in the general government is facilities, one of our largest drivers on this. There are a lot of costs that are realized in other departments that are in there. So a lot of the utility bills are in facilities. There are a lot of other things that are in facilities, a lot of custodial work that kind of go through other departments. So they have a big increase, but it's for a decent reason, if you would. Since the facility condition assessment, facilities have really been trying to drive all the things they're doing based off of our facility condition assessment. Let's start putting our work into the areas that need it the most. Since 2021, since I got elected, we've increased $1 million in the facilities to maintain the buildings, to try to get us back up to making sure that we're taking care of the spaces we have. So a $30,000 problem doesn't become a $300 million or $1,000 problem. It becomes a $3 million problem. So we've done pretty good there. $145,000 investment in the county board salary and per diems. $125,000 annual investment for employee recognition and training. So that's every year we're putting that aside to make sure that our people are getting better and getting recognized. We've added an attorney to corporation to council to really help with a lot of the Chapter 51s, the other things that are unique kind of to Winnebago County. We've added 1.8 FTEs in human resources, plus a director of administration, which has been a huge help. So we added a second payroll position, and we've gotten some help in the human resources. We also implemented a multi-million-dollar funded compensation plan and reslotting, and a new merged paid time off system in 2024. So those are really the investments that we've had since 2021 into kind of this range. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get to the departments, starting with County Board.
I only have 10 minutes, they said, so. Mine's really pretty easy on it all. You got County Board up there. Them are some lovely faces there. I want you all to know that we're all equal. Some of you feel, well, I'm a freshman or whatever, but we're all equal. We're all elected in April. It don't matter how many years we've sat in these seats or whatever, but each and every one of us has a vote. You're put on by a constituent, and I want you always to believe, anytime any of you need anything, don't be afraid to call, email me, or anything. Don't, because I've had calls all the way from 6:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night from different board meeting minutes, and I've sat in on a lot of your meetings. Some was exciting, some wasn't so exciting, but I've sat in on them anyways. But really, down deep, there's 36 of us. We all have our own rights to speech. I do believe in that, but I also want you to feel free to go ahead and call me or ask me for anything. This was our picture that was taken, which you've all seen by now. That's a good looking group. Right, especially that one in the center with that big smile on his face. That was really good. But anyways, programs we have is the county board member recognition, high school scholarships, public participation in meetings, public policy review, attendance to conferences, printed and mailed packets, and trade association memberships. That's a big thing, and I'm not pushing for having paperless or whatever, but that printed and mailed packets, that's becoming more and more expensive. We ended up paying for more and more of that. It used to come out of the clerks now. They have to do all the work, but that has to come out of ours now. So I just think that that's something that we've got to watch. Labor has increased $41,000 to cover board wages and citizen members per diem. There's talk now, citizen member per diems, should they be coming out of where they're at? Say like the county executive appoints someone, should it be coming out of his spot or ours? But as of right now, the majority of them come out of the county boards. Operating and travel, it's pretty much stayed the same. The only thing I ever said is because it's usually the same ones that go, but say like if we got 3-4 of you new that wants to go, I'm going to let you guys go ahead. But now some of them are also belong to different organizations, and they're the head of that, so I've got to definitely let them go. But don't be afraid to sign up for them if you want to get on them. Operation increase for technical interfund for boards, share of IT, that's a question I'm sure you're going to hear a lot tonight. I know the county executives mentioned it more and more. I know Jamie mentioned it quite a bit, that board's share of IT support and technology. Because they do get some money reimbursement back for some of that, so I just think that it's only right that we take our part in it. Other big thing that we've talked about several years on and off is the Winnebago County Scholarship Program. We give out 9 scholarships for $2,000, and they can go to any school, any person in any of the schools that are in Winnebago County. Now the person's got to live in Winnebago County, because we've given them to people in Berlin already, in any place. But if you live, if your family lives in Winnebago County, you can apply for it, and if you get it, you don't have to be in a school in Winnebago County, just so you do. And we are one of the most ones that give out the most data from different ones is scholarships in the Oshkosh Area Community Funds. Of course, they give out a lot, but Foundation provides more in total scholarships than Winnebago County, $18,000. But we give out 9 of them times 2,000, so we're right up there with the most. Some of you are going to say Winnebago, 2 scholarships from the OACF are greater than the 2,000 from Winnebago. However, the sponsorship only gives out 1 scholarship each. One is for $2,500 and the other is for $4,000. So we're well right there. I know some of you sometimes think that we should give more. Sometimes I can see it too. I put 2 boys through school, so I know that it's expensive, but I do believe that we're well right in there, and hopefully we can continue that scholarship fund. I think it's a good thing. It's for our kids, families, it's for the community, it's for the betterment, and hopefully them kids are going to be sitting in these chairs someday. So, but there again, I don't want you to ever feel just because I'm sitting up in that chair, some of you sometimes think that I'm up there looking down on you. I'm not, by no means. You guys were just gracious enough to put me in that seat, and hopefully I make it right for all of you. So that's all I have, unless some of you have questions. Supervisor Challenger, hopefully it's an easy one.
Yeah, it should be. You have $30,000 of other contractual services. What is that for?
I didn't bring my book up here. Do you know what it is?
This is page 52. The object number is 55030.
We'll have to look back, and I'll try and get an answer to you by the end of this. I don't have it right now at my fingertips, but I will try and get an answer to you by tomorrow or Wednesday, whenever we finish up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to let people know, some people know this, whether you're new or not, that when the scholarship first began about 25 years ago, it was funded in part by supervisors who might have put some money aside in the fund to celebrate the birth of a child or a grandchild, or it was their birthday, it was their anniversary. So that's always a possibility. There is money in that account that we depend on to help with not having the money come not only from levy, but from our accrued funds. So you have something you want to celebrate, you could put some money in the account. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Halber. Supervisor Halber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about the scholarships. When looking at that information, are we just pulling from what everyone else is doing, or are we looking at what it actually costs to go to school in 2024?
That there was just put together because there was a question, and it becomes question every year on how much we actually give out compared to other ones. So I just put that in there with the help of some other ones. We just found them out. So it's not compared to others. It's just 2,000. It used to be 500, then it went to 1,000, and then we upped it to $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stafford?
Thank you very much. I didn't find it in here. Where are we at in terms of our actual fund balance for this? Because I believe last year it was $40,000.
I think some of that is.
Off the top of my head, I think it's 39.
39,000?
39.
That's my guess.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you much.
Hello again. All right, county executive budget. We have some of my programs in here as citizen inquiry response. You'd be surprised how many people reach out to the county executive's office, either my phone or via email. Usually it's city issues, so it's kind of funny. Community involvement, retiree recognition, boards and commission appointments, employee support and recognitions, policy advocacy, strategic planning, and operational management. Some of my initiatives and challenges and successes. Yep, you can go to the next one. Oh, I got it here. Look at that. All right. I know, fancy. Of course, top of mind right now is EW Fox Cities, making sure that we have a good plan for that. That is a big thing kind of looming on the horizon for us. So navigating the closure of that campus. Some of the successes, employee engagement, 600 employees trained in mental health in the workplace last year. So how to acknowledge when you're not well and how to kind of see that in other coworkers and what to say. It was really a big initiative of mine, very well attended. 300 plus employees this year that came to the Winnebago County Family Night that all brought their families with them. It was, again, fantastic. If it happens again, I encourage you to go. Roughly 75 employees participated in the United Way campaign and new community give back options. I think I talked about Parkview doing an Alzheimer's walk and the Sheriff's Department doing a walk for Rethink Addiction. Leadership training and development. We've had a total of 28 employees go through the NACO Leadership High Performing Leadership Academy. There is in the budget for 20 more seats coming up available soon. We have people that are actually requesting to be put on. The first run was a lot of assignments. And then when people reported back to the things that they got out of it, they spoke very highly of it, which is really, really, really good. We have a workbook now that we've been working with the NACO Academy Leadership Program. How do we hold people accountable and how do we continue that growth through them? 300 plus employees trained in Real Colors. This is one of my favorite personality tests that are out there. It's really easy to do. It's easy to go through, and it's really easy to understand. Disc analysis, stuff like that can be really cumbersome and kind of in the weeds and hard to understand. This is something that's really good. One of my favorites out there is actually a Star Wars version, but I didn't think that would be appropriate for county government as much as I wanted to do that. And then there's 3 new facilitators being trained for that Real Colors training. So Julie Mabry, actually our director of child support, is going to become one of those facilitators in the county, as well as one of our bridge engineer in highway is actually volunteered. He's been through a couple of leadership things to keep that going. And then community communication, working with the trainer to bolster effectiveness, relatable, shareable content creation for a better engagement for citizens. So how do we get our Facebook pages more engaged? How do we get on Instagram? How do we get on some of those things? Don't worry, not TikTok, but some of the other ones. How do we get on that to really solicit some of that feedback? Again, you have to ask people several times in several different ways to be able to get some feedback to them. And then all meeting agenda packets and videos all in one place for uniform posting. So as we start getting through some of the growing pains of the civic clerk, hope you start to realize some of the real benefits of it, of having everything kind of in one place. So a couple things I want to talk about. Labor. There is a couple increases in labor that I want to explain a little bit. So one was the resolution for setting the next executive salary. And the other thing, there's a big chunk of this is because I need to be realistic that I may not be the next county executive. So right now I have a staff in there that has a single plan. So I don't want to tie the hands of whoever may be the future executive. So maybe that's somebody coming in with a family plan. So we kind of put that insurance back up to top for that, just because you never know the future. Operating and travel, no new requests there. Tents and NACO, annual conferences, WCA, same kind of requests as the county board. And then operating, the big increase again, technology interfund, and just wanted to highlight that roughly 10% of this budget goes toward employee engagement and recognitions. So with that, there is my lines, and I'll open up to any questions. None? All right, we are moving along. What? Wait, almost.
Supervisor Schellinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at your program and cost allocation on page 57. So some of your items like county board and committee support, policy advocacy, citizen inquiry and response that are made up of mostly or exclusively staff time. How did you determine how to allocate that? Because I guess, when I look at $400 or $900 for county board and committee support, I see you at a lot more county board meetings.
Yeah.
I see Mr. Hollenberger at a lot more committee meetings and board meetings than that much staff time.
No, I agree. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in this. I kind of saved my homework for last. A lot of these were still set by Director Collard when he was here. So we really spent the last few months dialing in everybody else, making sure their programs were right, making sure their allocations were right. And I agree. There's still a lot of work to be done here.
Okay. So did you so to directly answer the question, did you kind of fill the policy advocacy and citizen inquiry first and just took kind of whatever was left over? Or I'm just trying to get a picture of what we should take as real expenses and what we should take as not real, because we don't have all the historic things that we've been able to rely on to tell us what's going on in this budget.
Right.
And we're supposed to be looking at this stuff, and if this stuff isn't accurate in the programs, we're kind of left without the left or the right to explain it.
And it's such a hard office to really divvy out because of the scope of it, right? Because we're looking at all these departments and all these things that come across the desk with 2.8 people or 2.75. For instance, got the call this morning that Fox Crossing's water main broke and there was a boil thing. So suddenly that's part of my my job, and you communicate with Eric Rasmussen and you communicate with Doug Gearin, communicate with all these people. So, I mean, how do you figure out how to divide that up? I think there's work to be done in there. Ethan, you got something to add on that?
So to answer your question, below retiree recognition, all of those programs are the shared position with administration. So my time and John's time going to committees and involved in committees is under policy advocacy and board and commission appointments. So you see the 39,000 and the 32,000. And then we have the shared admin associate 4. So when Jamie did her cost allocation, because there's some cost center in ours, and the way she did it, that's where you show those little numbers. So that's it's specifically that admin 4. So not his time and my time. Those are actually admin positions because we share that position. Does that make sense?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really what you're saying though is county board and committee support and maybe the policy advocacy / agenda combined make up what the executive's office is supporting the county board and committee structure.
Yeah, agenda, minutes, proceedings, policy advocacy, and boards and commissions and appointments are our office's direct. And I think actually agenda, minutes, and proceedings management is actually a county clerk program that we have applied some of our time to.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
Supervisor Pacetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I really want to applaud you on slide number 19, the employee engagement and the leadership training and development. Everybody knows how important it is to make sure that folks who are working need to be recognized in some capacity, because we know it's not all about money. It's about all sorts of other things. But I do have a question for you. Under the leadership and training and development, you indicate there are a number of things that you provided. My question is, do we have some sort of a training library, online library, where staff can actually direct themselves? And I'm thinking through the lens of, if I want to advance to another position, I don't want to necessarily wait, but I can train myself online and learn new skills, get additional education so that if a position opens up that I have an interest in, a lot of what I've been training myself and learning could be applied, and I might be an eligible candidate for that position. So essentially, I see what you're doing to try to make sure that we're pushing this stuff out to all of our staff, but do staff have the opportunity to challenge themselves, and do we have the tools to allow them to do that? Thank you.
Yeah, they do, and I'd like to expand that. So the PDA leadership course is something that's important to me. When you have something organizational wide, you want to have something along the lines of the same training, so everyone's speaking the same language. So we put a lot of different departments through that, and a lot of the recommended reading materials from that program actually have copies in my office. So I have a leadership library. If you ever come to visit me and you see that bookshelf with all the different books, that's kind of what it is. And then I always recommend some other things, but case specific to a field they want to get into, we need to expand on that. And I remember Al Beekle told me once, because we had a great conversation at a WCA event, and I said, well, what if you spend all this money training people and they leave? And he says, it's a lot cheaper to train people and have them leave than not train and have them stay. And that stuck with me, right? So we really kind of leaned into that. I think when I first got here, I asked for leadership books, and they handed me a book on org theory. I'm like, no, that's management. Leadership and management, two totally different things. So there's been a lot of things, a lot of encouragement. Bob Damel is somebody who's been through this program. Julie Mabry's been somebody who's been through this program. We have a lot of departments and department heads and deputies and people that are kind of up and coming that have gone through this. And they still get together and chat. So, yep, there's room to go with that. I always want to be developing our people.
Anyone on Teams?
All right, thank you.
Yo.
Are you gonna do it? Good evening. I'm Mary Ann Miller, and I'm Corporation Counsel for Winnebago County. Thank you for your attention and your time. So, what does the Office of Corporation Counsel do? What is our purpose? It's to protect the county. And how do we do that? We do that by providing counsel and representation to departments, committees, boards, the county executive, the county board chair, vice chair, and all of you, all of the county board supervisors. Every Office of Corporation Counsel program is state or federally mandated, but for some contracts. The programs we are involved with include legal counsel. There's been an increased demand. Some of the things we've touched on have been basically navigating the legal aspects of the UW Fox Cities campus closure. There's something called Act 235, which involves shielding judicial officers' identity and their families' identity, and we have been working to see how we can implement this in the county. We've been involved with Act 205, which is basically derivative of the United States Supreme Court of Tyler versus Hennepin, which basically requires counties to return surplus funds when disposing of tax-deeded properties. What does that mean? Let's say someone does not pay their taxes. We take the property. The property or the amount that is owed is, let's say, $20,000, but the property is worth $40,000. Under Tyler versus Hennepin, the county is obliged to not take the extra $20,000. So that's just some examples. In terms of county board and committee support,
We've dealt with the Rules and Task Force Committee, ARPA, JPS, facilities. To give you an example, we've attended hundreds of meetings. That includes committee, commission, board meetings, county board meetings, Muni Code meetings, which is the general code, management meetings, department head meetings, COOP-COG, a number of meetings. Legislative development and enactment, all of the pieces of legislation via resolutions or ordinances that come before you. In terms of contract preparation, we have reviewed, as of the end of August, 419 contracts for the county. As John Damel referenced, mental health commitments are soaring. We have had, again, as of the end of August, 183 new commitments and 5 jury trials alone. Now, the reason we have so many commitments is because the Wisconsin Resource Center is on the banks of Lake Winnebago in our county. And so essentially what happens is, if there are inmates across the state who are, let's say, spiraling out of control, they are sent to the Wisconsin Resource Center in Winnebago County. And what happens is we are obliged to basically provide legal services in terms of probable cause hearings and extensions. If these inmates are from another county, my office and the county is able to bill that other county for the services we are providing in terms of the legal work. We deal with protective placements and emergency protective placements, guardianships, ordinance violations, terminations of parental right, 980 placements, which is, as you know, serious sex offenders, children in need of protection or services, and numerous other items. In terms of initiatives, as I touched on, we are navigating the legal aspects of the UW Fox Cities campus closure. As some of you may know, Outagamie and Winnebago County own the land and buildings jointly at that campus. We are navigating and analyzing the countywide department impact from Act 235, which is again shielding the judicial officers and immediate family members from Wisconsin public records law. We are, oh sure. Can I get my presentation through? Because I have 5 minutes left, and then you can ask me as many questions as you want. Okay. So then there's Act 207, which we touched on in terms of Tyler versus Hennepin. I was asked to do a legal analysis on shoreland zoning in terms of the authority of Winnebago County to apply its general zoning authority within a shoreland area. We have been involved with the recodification. As some of you know, the last time the code was recodified was in 1980. I'm happy to tell you the treasurer, planning and zoning, and land and water will be submitting ordinance changes to be submitted or to be reviewed by the board by the end of this year. There are other departments, facilities, finance, and purchasing that we are working with in terms of substantive changes. We have handled all of the housekeeping details in terms of updating statutory sites. We also had to do, I did a legal analysis on the administrative duties of Solid Waste Management Board and the budget authority of the Solid Waste Management Board. Paul Eisen, who was a supervisor here for many years, was a godsend. He helped me in terms of reviewing 50 years worth of history regarding solid waste. We have incorporated child support attorneys into the Office of Corporation Counsel. As I've indicated, we've had a record number of Chapter 51 commitments. We actually appeared before the Wisconsin Supreme Court this past March regarding a challenge to an involuntary medication order. I might add, this was for a non-Winnebago County resident, so we were able to bill our time for that. Winnebago County prevailed in that lawsuit. We have been offering trainings to, as you folks know, new county board members and to departments. Just last week, one of our attorneys was providing trainings to 4 out of 5 days to the Sheriff's Department regarding mental health issues and commitments. In terms of our budget request, there is the technology interfund expense. There is increased registration tuition because we have added 2 child support attorneys to our department, and the increased costs of continuing legal education courses. We have also added increased fees for outside legal counsel due to the need for specialized legal services. To give you an example, we've had situations where, I kid you not, people are building homes in the middle of floodways, not a floodplain, but a floodway, which is like where a river runs. So what is the impact of that? We are having cases involving people building retaining walls within a shoreline zoning area. We are having cases involving ownership of breakwall projects. I will tell you, since I've taken over, there has been a significant amount of time spent in planning and zoning matters. How do we offset the costs? We offset costs by basically billing wards with assets for services in guardianship and protective placement cases. And the historical average is about $8,000. We also, as I referenced, bill for out-of-state commitments. The average is yearly is about $200,000. I'm happy to tell you that in 2024, the revenue totaled close to $250,000 due to the Supreme Court brief being filed and the oral argument. There are 2 child support attorneys, as I alluded to earlier, and those positions are partially federally funded. 66% of their wages are reimbursed. And then there is an interdepartment billing for solid waste opinions and legal counsel. And I have 1 minute and 32 seconds left, at least, for my presentation, so you can start asking questions.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Miller, I was wondering about what does that mean about shielding judicial officers and immediate family from Wisconsin public records law? Because you're often warning us we could get in trouble with the Wisconsin records law. So who are you protecting and why not us?
My office protects all of you. We do the best we can to protect you.
Okay.
But in terms of Act 235, this was legislation that was passed by the state legislature and is going to become coming into effect on April 1st of 2025. And basically, as I said, it is relating to shielding a judicial officer and his or her immediate family from the Wisconsin public records law. What happens is, let's say a judge has to reach out and say, I don't want my name, I don't want my address on any records. So the problem is, what happens if you have your name on a deed, and what is the onus for the Register of Deeds to basically shield that? And then what happens if there is information going to a third party? This is a huge, basically challenge that we are facing. And I'm happy to tell you that we have a team of county people who are looking into this, be it either from planning and zoning, from the sheriff's office, from IT. So this is going to be a very, very, very big challenge, but we are doing everything we can to get that implemented. So that's Act 235.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Gabbard.
980 placements.
Yes.
I drive past those buildings every day, 4 times a day. How many do we have on a waiting list? Do you know that information?
So as you know, it's very fluid because we never know who can get on a waiting list. I can tell you that the trailer has 2 occupants in it, and we do have a 980 who is, actually our committee met because they were up for supervised release. Our committee was able to identify housing because thanks to you, we have housing. And so now, actually, I think I have a hearing on November 7th or 8th in the court regarding housing another 980 resident in one of the new tiny homes. So I can't tell you how many do we, I know right now there is one.
Okay, and then my feedback on that is, are we still getting about $2,900 a month, or you don't know that?
No, well, I can tell you that I just prepared a lease for $3,000 a month for
Okay.
one of those new tiny homes.
And it's for 1 year, basically?
Yes, because they get to have a review every year.
Okay.
But I have not received the signed acceptance of that, but that's what I put in the lease.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Miller, I brought this question up when it came to JPS. I'm just wanted to follow up on it. In your the expense and revenue graph, looks like something like this.
Right.
The fourth item down, children in need of protection or service. I'm sure that's something that is on everybody's mind on that. But I find it ironic that there is no revenue coming in on that. And I questioned at that time, and we were not able to get a good answer at that time, that it is just not mandated by state to do this.
It is mandated by state.
Oh, it is mandated?
It is
now?
mandated by state, too.
Okay, then
Yes.
we should be getting some revenue on this?
No, because it is mandated by state, so we don't get any
Oh, that we
revenue
don't
from
do it.
this. No. Excuse me?
Seems ironic. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I'm looking at your cost allocation on page 65 by program budgets.
Can I, are you looking at an object code? Or
Well, I'm looking at your chart of.
Okay. Let me get that. Sure.
And what I'm noticing is that the revenues, if I add up the revenue lines, I come up with $369,150, but if I turn the page to 67, your revenue total is $422,726. I'm wondering if you know why there's a discrepancy there.
I do not know. 1 minute, let me just, if I can just add, so the 156 and 175. And 30, 361 and 8, there's 370. Let me look at my object codes, maybe I can give you an answer.
I suspect that what's happened is there's a difference in what was assumed at different points here, because I would think that when I look at the intergovernmental services, the cost share from municipalities, that 200,000 is what you're getting from mental health commitments.
Right, although this year, well, not in '25, but in this year, almost 250,000, 247. So that might be part of the difference. The fact that this year we were able to bill almost $50,000. But next year, it is very rare to go in front of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and obviously when you're doing that, there's a tremendous amount of preparation. So, although I will tell you, my office has been in front of the Wisconsin Supreme Court twice since 2020. And we've been able to argue both times. But again, I can't count on going to the Supreme Court every year, and therefore I can't count that revenue. So maybe that's part of it.
Okay, but we still have different numbers in the way you've allocated your program revenues versus where the line item is?
Well, I can tell you the child support would represent 66% of 2 attorneys who are working. Now, I will tell you this year, not that one of the attorneys was out on FMLA, but again, this is just this year, so therefore I was out for 3 months in terms of that revenue, coupled with one of our other attorneys who was actually applied for circuit court commissioner and got that job, so that was great, except it took me 2 months to get an attorney for that. And then there was an attorney who actually accepted a position at the start of this year, but then right before he started, he got a $30,000 raise from his current employer, a government, and so it took me another 2 months. So quite frankly, we have been without an attorney in my office for 7 out of the last 10 months. So I'm happy to put 2024 in my rearview mirror. And that does not include my paralegals, 2 out of the 3 paralegals who have been on Family Medical Leave Act. But that's fine. So so I don't know if I answered your question, but.
No, I mean,
Okay.
is there anybody who knows why we have a different amount of revenue in the program budget versus the line item? Because again, I don't mean to harp on this point, but this board has, Mr. Chairman, this board has been has had so many important pieces of this budget taken away from us that we can't look at. And now we're being asked to look at it through this new language, this new lens, and we keep seeing things that are, well, we didn't get to our homework with the county executives. All right, well, if everything else is in order, maybe we can just deal with that. But we're not being given information that's transparent or accurate, and we're not very deep into this. Is there anybody who can tell us why the revenues are different?
I can tell you, at least in terms of transparency, the line items are what I have looked at. But again, I mean, we're getting away from line items to look at actually the programs, and that's why we have them up there. But I cannot give you an answer as to why page 65 does not match with pages 67 through.
Okay. I mean, that makes it really difficult for this board to make informed decisions and to honestly evaluate whether or not this is a budget that we should pass. So
I think that Jamie Roush may be able to answer that.
Yeah, so things like our internal service funds, like property and liability insurance and work comp, those have not yet been put through PBB, and so you can't really look at the PBB programs versus the actual numbers and say they should all tie. In theory, down the road, they will, but we have an internal service fund for work comp, we have an internal service funds for your property and liability insurance and those kind of things. Those have not yet been put through PBB yet, so you're going to see some differences along the way as the two work together, okay? So, but you're right in theory that all should come together. We should be able to have it in total, but we were not there yet, okay? Does that help you?
I mean, it helps me understand that we should have done better with this budget and given us the information that would help really tell this picture, because we're being told the priority programs is telling us a better picture, but it's not. And that's what I'm concerned about as we move forward. I hope as others come up here tonight, tomorrow, the rest of the week, that we're ready to address be I guess a little more forthcoming with what we're supposed to be looking at, because it just doesn't make sense to be told, you got to look at it through these programs, don't look at the line items, and then they don't match up, they haven't been thought through. It's real concerning.
Well, if I might address that really quick, they have been thought through, the internal service funds, like I said, and you're going to see this for every department, because those internal service funds have not yet been put through the priority-based budgeting module. So you're going to see that, but I can tell you the numbers that you're seeing in the budget, that has been very well thought through. And I came in, what did I come in? At the end of August. And so I can tell you that we have already looked at that, but in order to make it and continue on the right path like I spoke to earlier, we need to make sure that everything is thoroughly vetted, and so that's what we were doing. So you're going to see work comp and property and liability insurance and those kind of things have not been vetted yet through PBB. So as we continue on, and you're going to see department after department, you're probably going to see very close to the same thing that those two aren't going to track, and they're not going to track because they have not been yet put through the system yet. So look at the numbers, because those are good.
But you're talking about expenses we're talking about revenues for the Corporation Council. Corporation Council doesn't have revenues for property and liability insurance.
Well, and Ethan just said there was another thing, a change to revenue, but I'll let them speak to that because I don't know with that. But what I'm telling you ahead of time is for the expenses, your property and liability, just expect that, okay?
Yeah,
Because
I-
those
I
haven't been
understand
vetted through that.
expenses, but
Okay.
I'm asking about the revenues.
I think I hear them talking, so I'm gonna let them speak to that because I don't know. How about that?
Ethan Hollenberger is trying to refresh my recollection, but I must not have requested changes in the child support piece until late in the process, so as a result, it perhaps did not show on this graph, but I can tell you that in terms of, again, the line items, this has been vetted many times by me, and these numbers are accurate. So
Okay,
that I can
so-
tell you.
Okay, so you're saying, if I can restate that the programs piece that we're seeing was captured and printed at an earlier time than the final?
Right, we'll
Okay.
fix it for now.
Okay.
Yep.
And then my last question, hopefully this is easier, is you don't show revenues for in-rem tax foreclosures, but the Tyler versus Hennepin, if I understand, allows us to recoup your costs or all of the administrative costs on the disposal of
Right,
in-rem?
but that is not starting until the next year, so
Right,
that's why
so-
you're not seeing it.
So my question is that a program that we should expect to see as having revenues that match the expenses, or?
No, it is basically a program where we will get, not we, but I should say the county is obliged to only keep what is owed to it. It cannot take more than that in. So as a result, you're not going to see, $100,000 if $20,000 was owed. So no, you should not expect to get extra proceeds in that area.
Okay, so we don't get, the cost of administering the disposal of the property doesn't?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Frusetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mary Ann, in looking at the documentation here, you mentioned that you have offsets to costs from the solid waste legal opinions. But I'm curious, do you also have any offset to costs in terms of the analysis or the legal opinion on the shoreland zoning so that there would be an interfund transfer from planning and zoning? Or
We don't
Well-
at this time. But I can tell you, my office has given a lot of time to planning and zoning over the last year.
Well,
Or
it's not
given,
only
we've worked.
planning and zoning, really, it's more or less IT, for example. There's a lot of interfund transfers with IT because everybody uses IT.
Mhm.
But I'm sure pretty much everybody uses Corp Counsel as well. So from a transparency perspective, is there going to be, and it sounds like there is, but will there be more or less these interfund transfers so that we can see the work that you're doing for the other departments?
I would think, given what we've heard, that is going to be the situation, but that's above my pay grade, and I think we could hear about that from perhaps the county executive.
And then maybe that would also apply to, you get the 66% or 60%?
For child support.
For child support. So then Health and Human Services would then pay that 33% or 34%? Just to put it in the back of your mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Laux.
As I'm looking at this, am I right in that you have 6 BART attorneys working in your office?
We have 6 attorneys, 2 who are devoted to child support, who were not in my office until this year, and then 4 who are dealing with everything else.
Yeah, but they're barred, they passed the bar?
Yes.
Exam. Because do you guys make enough to retain your lawyers? As I'm looking at the cost of the regular cost of your labor, it's only like $700,000, $750,000 a year. Can you keep barred lawyers on that cost, on that price point?
Well, fortunately, the board did an assessment of salaries, and some of my lawyers received a bump. So, yes, I mean, we can. As I said, we had one attorney who left to become a court commissioner. It took 2 months to find an attorney, but we just found one. We had another attorney who was going to start, but then he got a $30,000 bump from his employer and didn't come aboard. But then it took another 2 months to get another attorney. So yeah, I mean, I think we're doing what we can.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to ask Marianne, and Supervisor Schellinger, I guess, brought this up. What again was the variance between the program graph and the financial detail on revenue total? What was the total variance?
It was about $50,000.
50,000?
Well, this is, again,
I don't see that. I mean, I added it up, it was $6,000.
oh, well, I was just adding the revenues, and maybe I missed some.
I don't think, I mean, $6,000, you know, would more support, I guess, what Executive Assistant Hollenberger was saying, that it just an error as a result of the graph being printed out on a different day. If I add up the blue,
Yeah, that's what
which is revenue, right?
Right.
And then I compare it with line revenue total on page 67, is it? 67? I think the variance is about $6,000. Am I wrong?
No, I will tell you, I am not an accountant, that's why I went to
Yeah, but
law
I mean,
school, so that
so-
sounds right. I mean,
Anyway,
I'm just looking.
okay, well, a variance is a variance, and we need to fix that, of course, but I mean, we're not talking about a lot of dollars. Secondly, I just wanted to ask, on that in-rem tax foreclosure recovery of costs, you're not able to recover the costs associated with administering a tax foreclosure now? That's all gonna, you should be able to bill back those costs and offset those against the proceeds that would go to the former owner, I would think.
I can look into it, but up to this point, that has not happened, but again, we have not been enacting it, but we are going to now.
Right, it's in the infancy stages, I see that, but I mean, even a property owner, a former owner logic would dictate, I think, that you would expect to have to pay, you know, an appraisal fee or attorney's fees associated with the county taking a property. You know, you should be able to bill those back against the proceeds that are returned to the owner.
If there's a source of revenue we can tap into, it will be done.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone on Teams? Okay, not seeing any other speakers, I thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. If you don't know, I'm Julie Bartles, your county clerk. The Office of the County Clerk is to maintain records of Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, elections, marriage license applications, and related documents, dog licensing information, titles to all county-owned vehicles. We do not do work permits anymore in our office, and then other records as directed by Wisconsin statutes. The programs that we have, and the most important in our office, is the election and ballot administration, county board administration, committee agenda and minutes, county board scholarships, county directory, marriage license, and then we also help the Parks Department with boat launch permits. If we go to the second page to our initiatives, challenges and successes, we continue to provide accurate, safe, and secure elections for Winnebago County. I'm just going to say, despite what everybody thinks. We work efficiently and effectively with municipal clerks and the Wisconsin Elections Commission. We provide support for civic clerk to county board supervisors as well as other departments within the county. We provide courteous and positive customer service. This one, I met with, I call them my team today, and I cannot be more proud of the customer service that our office provides. We do the alignment of pay of office staff with actual duties in comparison to other county positions. Our challenges, and as we know at this time, the increased political debate over election integrity and trust in the governmental system. Sorry, I'm shaking. Another challenge is the increased request for public information through public records request. And I'm afraid with the election that this is just going to be a nightmare for our office after this election. The successes that we have are the implementation of the county board salary and beginning of a new term. We have 3 elections down, 1 to go. We have had a few glitches and not major ones. In April, we had a snowstorm, so some of our municipalities lost power. And then in August, my Windows program went down at 8:30 at night, and that's when all the results come in. And then just the increased transparency in the public policy process. A budget request that I have is to simply align my employees. I'll back up just a little bit. Last year at budget time, my office was granted another part-time position. I struggled with this all year long as to whether we should fill that position or not. This year, I'm coming back to you. We did not fill that position. What I'm coming back to you is asking for an increase in the grades for my deputy clerk, to have her become a chief deputy clerk, and then my other 2 employees, I have 1 full-time, 1 part-time, to make those both deputy clerks so they would be even, because my goal is to have all of us trained in almost everything within the clerk's office so that if something happens that we all can just step in. Again, I cannot praise my girls, my team. I've got an awesome staff. So with that, I guess I'm open to questions.
I do not see any questions. Oops. Push in your button. Then we can call in, yeah. Did you call in?
Just on the mic.
Supervisor Buck.
Find them, and then just click on the on, mic on. Supervisor Buck.
Right there in the
There
center.
it is.
Oh, there I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Julie, and thank you to your team. I guess just on a weekly basis, I know that I get calls and emails, as you know, from constituents, election issues, I guess. Weekly or monthly, how much, because it's not in your chart, how much time do you spend on facilitating calls or emails from folks? Because I know I do it on a monthly basis, that claiming fraud information on elections, especially here in Winnebago County.
I will be honest with you, we don't receive that many in our office. The open records requests that I've been getting lately are more to my board of canvass. Do I have the right representation on that board? And when are we meeting? They're looking for my agendas from, the one I looked at today, like the last 4 years. They want to know when the notices were published. And I don't know, I know I can get that information and get it to them, but I don't know why that should make a difference. I understand there has to be equal representation on the board of canvass, but why are they asking for that now? I don't know.
So you're not getting any questions when I'm, I'm referring folks over to the clerk's office are not following up with you because they're asking questions to me that I can't answer as far as your protocols and procedures in the election. You're not getting any of those calls anymore?
Not very many.
Hmm?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, I just wanted to ask, if you want to kick these positions up a grade, what would the fiscal impact of that be? Do you have that in here, or is that outside your budget?
It looks like with, I'm going off of the sheet here. Between those positions and mine, it's going up roughly $16,000.
Oh, okay. So we're not talking about a tremendous amount of money here.
No. And for the work that they've been asked to do, I mean, our office has taken on, I think I counted five extra committees for sure that we're doing minutes for and clerking those meetings.
Yeah, sure, of course. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Hulber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, I want to echo the sentiments that you relayed about the customer service. I've personally experienced nothing but helpfulness and just absolute willingness to get things done from your office. I couldn't recommend you guys enough. My question is, if we can get these pay grades up, how long will it take to get everyone trained up to the level that you're wanting them trained to? And then the second level is that going to help provide you with any of these committees that you personally sit on time off? Are they going to be up to that level?
Yes. Yes, it won't take that long. Again, in my meeting today, the election is my passion. I love doing everything about the election because it starts in our office and it ends in our office. I can be honest with you, I do not like politics. I will be just perfectly honest. But the election side, it's so rewarding to be able to start that process, create that ballot, and then on election night, see those results come in as fast as they do, and just get through that. But I told them today again that I'm willing to share, and it will not take long to do that. With next year only having 2 elections, that's going to give us a little bit more leeway to really look at those items and share. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, too.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there a need to plan for contingencies for additional help for you during and after the election on November 5th?
As far as in our office, I would say no.
Okay.
Right now, I am, as I'm shaking up here,
I
I am
noticed,
really
yeah.
nervous about a recount.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We've already put plans into shape and started planning for that. With that, there's going to be additional money that's going to be needed to be able to pay, the poll workers and everybody that I bring in.
There will be or will not be money?
It will require additional
It
money.
will require additional money, yes.
John, would you like to speak to this question?
No, he's done talking, so.
Okay. All right. That's a concern that I have. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, I would like to echo my support for you, your team, the work that you all do. That is tough work, and I'm glad you're not getting any of those challenging phone calls about our election integrity, and I'd rather deal with it myself than have you have to deal with those questions. But from my vantage point, I'd rather see that recount in the budget estimate than to not have it in, just so that we have visibility to what that would be.
Okay.
Or maybe it's a contingency amount that's set aside. But I guess I do worry about the safety of our employees and our election workers. city clerks as well. So I worry about all of that, and I wonder if you've had to consider any kind of safety and security measures for the poll locations.
I believe I can tell you that I've been in contact with Sheriff Motz, and he has affirmed that he will have, you're not going to see an officer directly in all of the polling places because that's intimidating too.
Sure.
But there will be a police presence near and around all of the polling places on Election Day.
Thank you.
I share your sentiments, and prayers are said every single day for my,
Yeah.
again, that's my broader team. You know,
Yeah.
I've got my girls, and then I've got my clerks, and I can't say enough good about all of them because we work together as a team.
Yeah.
And as a team, you can win.
Yep. So then my second question is around the drop boxes, and I heard a story today on the news about somewhere out in the Pacific Northwest, there had been some incendiary devices put in the drop boxes, and they surprisingly had fire suppression built into those drop boxes. So I don't know if you all have had to go that far, but it is something that's concerning to me, given that we do have drop boxes.
No, I didn't do a poll of who actually was using them and the ones that were not, but I think the ones that are have safe and secure I'm going to call them inside
Okay.
drop boxes. I would not recommend an outside one. I just,
Okay.
when I hear that, I cringe.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yes, and I, again, want to echo just how fantastic the entire clerk's office is. They do phenomenal work, and we should be very proud as members of Winnebago County that we have you all.
Thank you.
Right. Now, my question is, and you reflected it in the initiative section about providing support, two things, providing support to county board supervisors and civic clerk, and it's kind of in there, the amount of meetings that you're now going to this term versus previous terms. So my question is twofold. Looking forward to 25, because we're looking at 25, we're not really looking at this year.
Correct.
Looking at 25, are you comfortable with the staff you have now, with the workload you have now, knowing that you have all this additional extra work that will probably just continue to grow as you attend these meetings and take these notes and do more support work on Civic Plus? Do you think you're okay?
I think we're okay.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about your computer software. So you have $25,000 for computer software this year. Do you know what that software is?
I believe that's going to be the civic clerk.
That's
Civic clerk.
Okay. Is that an annual expense that we can expect to see then?
Yep.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask about was the publishing legal notices dropped by a fairly significant amount. Is there like less publications that we're putting our legal notices in, or what's going on there?
If you're looking at the total with all of my departments, I apologize, I have not had a lot of time to look at the budget book to see how it is actually presented. If that's a total for county clerk, elections, and dog license, next year we will only hopefully have 2 elections, so it cuts my publication in half.
Okay.
That the notice that goes in the paper right before the election, they're costly.
Okay. So the published legal notices is just the election notices?
It would include I have to publish the county board minutes, or proceedings. And then all of the election notices are published. We have to publish like a rabies notice for the dogs. So it's anything that my department would have to publish in the paper.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So there's not a change, though, to the way the minutes are being published?
No.
Okay, thank
No.
you so much.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What is your current mailing expense? Do you know?
I don't know if we have, do you see, I don't have my.
I'm looking for it right now. Postage and box. Got nothing.
I'm just going to back up a little bit, Supervisor Cox, because a lot of our mailing is actually charged to county board. All of the packets, any committee packets, any county board packets that we mail out are actually charged to the county board, not to the county clerk's office. So actually, our mailing cost should be, shouldn't be very much.
No, it isn't. Right here. Zeros.
We have zeros?
Zeros.
So that's,
My concern was that we're having issues with mail.
Mm-hmm.
We have issues with it getting to us on time, and we get issues with the expense of $9 packets or packages on at my doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. How can we fix that for you so that you don't have to worry about the cost as well as the delivery time? Well, we really want to get it to us a lot sooner.
I don't know if everybody wants to hear this, but if everybody went paperless, if you would be able to use what it's easy for us to post the agendas and the packets on the day we're supposed to. We have no idea how long the mail is going to take. We can mail it out one day, one supervisor can get it the next day, another supervisor gets it 5 days later. We have no control. Once it's to the post office, it's out of our hands. So the best way for us would be is if everybody would go paperless and be willing to print their own packets. But now some, or print the portions that you need. Maybe not the whole packet, because as you know, it's costing, I don't know if I'm supposed to say all this, it's costing $9 to $10 almost per month to mail your county board packet, because we are putting a lot of information into that packet. So a lot of our packets nowadays are easily 100 pages at least, and that's double-sided.
No.
So
The ink cost.
I don't know,
The ink cost alone, as far as my personal printer, are going to get up in that neighborhood, okay? I won't be printing out my packets, but I would like to help you out with at least getting the cost down, or at least getting you money so that you can fire them out there a little bit earlier.
You would save your county board budget if you.
You're doing a great job.
Thank
Julie.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on line 53003, print duplicate. You have 2024 projected in 2025 executive. You have it dropping from 115 to 65. Is that correct for print duplicate?
The print duplicate account is for ballots.
Oh, that's ballots? Okay.
Right, because when we're going from 4 elections to 2,
All right.
it drops it in half.
So you're saying, though, that the printing and postage for what we get isn't in here?
No,
Okay.
no.
So, understood, but did you say how much that was, you think, overall, annually, roughly? What, the cost of sending us stuff? You said,
47?
hmm? 51.
Okay, I don't know if this is right
is it?
or not. Looks like it's roughly $1,500 a year, but that seems low.
Yeah. Where
It's
is it?
budgeted for 1,500.
Yeah. The documents cost. Rather than dig for that, if you want to get that to me later,
will.
it's fine.
I will.
Okay? All right, for postage or for the cost of duplicating? Right, but that's not, I mean, that doesn't include the cost of printing all the. Yeah. You can do it later, that's fine, thank you.
Supervisor Hancock Cook.
Is it on? I can, oh, there it is. Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to highlight that it's not only just the cost of printing it, but it's the time spent printing it is one of the other issues. And I was really surprised, you know, we have these fabulous computers with the bigger screens that are making it better for my eyes, that when I asked, I said it was fine with me if I just got them electronically, and I found that I was one of 4 who had said that was the truth. So that is something else that we can work on as county board supervisors. If this is a concern, we can become more skilled at using our computers.
Supervisor Burrow.
Yeah, I just want to put in perspective again. We're talking about a $5,000 for mailing cost max, double it for copying. We're talking $10,000 on a $229 million expense budget. 1% is 2.29 million. 0.5% is 1.45 million. So I just suggest to the board, let's focus on things that are strategic and let the operating groups manage their business. Just suggestion, thank you.
Supervisor Holt.
No, I withdrew my request. Thank you. Oh, I intended to withdraw my request.
Okay, thank you. All right, not seeing any other ones? Okay, thank you. Let's all stand and take a 5 or 10 minute break, and then you can come right up and.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
There was some questions on
The Winnebago
Corporation
County
Council.
Board
We're
is
just gonna
currently in
take
a
few
break.
minutes. She's gonna
For a
explain it
schedule
to
of all
you, and
GovTV programming,
pass
visit
it
our
around or
website at
whatever later on, but
oshkoshmedia.org.
Just to let you know what she
This is
found out. 'cause
GovTV,
she-
opening accessibility and understanding of local
Thank you. I
government.
just wanted to clear up a discrepancy that Supervisor Skellinger raised. In the graph that is in the book, it did not match with the revenue in the financial summary on the next page. The reason being because the graph has inaccurate numbers. What you're getting now is the accurate graph, which is on page 65 in your booklet. In fact, child support revenue was not $156,000, It was $184,576, as is referenced on page 67 of your book. Similarly, under mental health commitments, the revenue wasn't $175,000. The revenue was $200,000, again, as referenced on page 67 in your book. So this chart that Reese is handing out is the accurate, up-to-date expense revenue. So the reason for a $50,000 difference was because the revenues were not accurately reflected for child support and mental health commitments on the graph, but now they are, because I can tell you, as I said, the budget detail is accurate because I vetted it and spent many long hours on it. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Skellinger? You're welcome.
Before we start with the next speaker, thank you. I just wanted to announce that Supervisor Macho had gone ahead and texted me and also called me, and he wouldn't be able to be here tonight. He had some things that he couldn't attend, or he couldn't attend tonight here, but he plans to be here tomorrow and Wednesday if he feels well. So. No? Supervisor Gustafson, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask how much it costs to print this revision. Thank you. No, that's a joke. That is a joke. That is all.
Thank you.
No actual question.
Okay.
Good evening. So for those who don't know, my name is Amber Hoppe. I'm the county treasurer. I'm going to try to make this really quick. So the treasurer's office really can be boiled down to two essential functions, and that's property taxes and general money management. If it has something to do with county funds, it's going through our office in one way, shape, or form. So under the property taxes heading, I do just want to kind of point this out because it did come up at committee. I have two programs that work pretty hand in hand, the property tax administration and the property tax collection. And what that is one program is really rooted into the customer service and the community. So that's going to be the collection piece. That's going to be collecting the second installments. It's going to be collecting any delinquent balances from a period of February 1 through August 31, any collecting year. And the administration piece is going to be the back end administrative pieces, such as settlements that I do in January, February, April, and August. It's going to be working with municipalities regarding MFL, PILT payments, fish and wildlife payments, as well as issuing payments for chargebacks of rescinded taxes and uncollected personal property. The delinquent real estate tax administration program takes over on 9/1, and that includes the tax foreclosure process, the in rem process, leading up to any potential tax sales. On the general money management side, I also have two programs that work hand in hand, money management and general billing, kind of the same idea. So I have general billing, which is going to be the public facing, the community part of collecting all billings from outer departments. So for example, like hangar rentals, supervisory fees, diversion program fees. State reporting, money management for the administrative piece is going to be working with finance as far as our payable runs, working with HR for our payroll runs, doing the day-to-day business, working with finance on reconciliations for month end, and then preparing our deposits for the bank. State reporting, we do reporting for vital records and land records every month and quarterly. And then unclaimed property is something that we publish in the odd years. So next year will be a publishing year for unclaimed funds. And then we maintain that list with finance throughout those even years. Unclaimed property is also going to be tied to the delinquent real estate tax administration piece going forward, because as part of Act 207 that Mary Ann touched on earlier, surplus funds that are issued that are unclaimed are going to be governed under that statute. So in terms of initiatives, challenges, and successes, my biggest initiative for going forward is going to try to add an online service for our general billing. Currently, anybody with like an airport hangar or supervisory fee, we don't have an online service set up for them. The only online service we have currently is for property taxes through our tax software. The biggest challenge, as Marianne touched on earlier, was Act 207 for our office. It affects our in-rem process in terms of those surplus funds. I have been working rather closely with Kathy with the Corp Counsel office to rewrite our current ordinance that we're hoping to bring to the board before the end of the year, and to put that into effect. In terms of successes, reminder postcards have been something we've been doing for the last number of years. We get a lot of positive feedback from the taxpayers. They'd rather have a reminder than a late notice. That's the general consensus. We also, as a courtesy, issue February delinquent notices to homeowners that miss that January installment or January payment. And typically we get a mixed feedback because nobody likes a delinquent notice. However, most people are happy to pay 1% interest versus 8% when we issue our mandated state delinquent notice in September. We also have been working to utilize social media more to promote more outreach to the public in terms of the lottery and gaming credit program. We're having a lot of feedback on that, as well as utilizing it for our tax sales to kind of get more outreach to the public on the availability of those properties. So in terms of the budget, we are seeing labor increases. There were a health insurance premium increase. I am expecting increases in legal notices next year. Like I said, we're going to be publishing for unclaimed funds next year. That's every odd year, so that'll go down then for 2026. I'm also expecting an increase for professional services. As part of our in-rem process, we are going to go through with certified appraisals to maximize the dollars on those properties to protect us from litigation in the future, since those surplus funds do go back to the former owner. So I am expecting an increase for that account. And so those will impact the unclaimed funds and delinquent tax administration programs, as well as the professional service will impact the delinquent tax admin too. I'm also expecting a little bit of a dip in the interest on banking. Interest rates are expected to drop next year. The big request for my office is I am looking to update the 4 workstations in my office. The desks themselves are considered typewriter desks, and they're over 30 years old. With our growing equipment, we have lost a lot of functional space. I'm also hoping to have more of an ergonomical approach to it, so I'm looking to offer my staff stand-up desks to help break up the sitting at our desks all day. I did initially ask for 30 based on a quote that I got from a company that I got through our purchasing department. I am being allotted 10,000 for next year. So I am looking to try to see if I can make that work. And with that, I will open it to questions.
Supervisor Schallinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question for you. On page 88 in the budget book, it has $10,000 of unassigned general fund applied. Is that a mistake? Because you're a net positive department, right?
So that's for the desks.
Okay.
And so how it was explained to me is that we shouldn't be putting that in the budget. It should be coming out of the unassigned general fund.
Okay. Thanks.
Anyone on Zoom? Not seeing anyone else, we thank you.
Thank you.
Who's up next? Jamie, I do believe you're up. Oh. Sorry, Paul, okay. You lucked out this year.
Good evening. For those that you don't know, I'm Paul Kaiser, the Director of Finance. I'm sitting in for the Director of Admin because she was not here at the time of the budget being proposed or finalized. She was here for the final, but not for the original starting, so I'm here for that. I did want to address a couple questions that I heard from the supervisors. I believe Supervisor Holt had asked about priority-based budgeting. And along with that, the thing I also want to address is things I'm used to and do not see here, that me and Jamie are on the same page with, are benchmarks and key indicators, whether it's financial or whether it's for all the other departments. We don't have them, but we're going to work on them, along with all the other things we're looking at for priority-based budgeting. So that was number one. Number two was, I believe Supervisor Hancock Cook talked about the strategic plan and how to get our fellow citizens involved. That is a strategic plan that we need to get involved, and me and Jamie have had many discussions regarding we need to get the department heads in together, supervisors together, because you know what your constituents want. You need to tell us. We need to get a plan put together, 3 to 5 year plan for the county, which I think we need a better detailed plan than we currently have right now. But that is my second point. Third point is I was wrong with Supervisor Stafford. We're down to 31,000, not 39. So that's my point, and now I'm back to the admin budget. So the Department of Admin was only done, I think. Oh, I'm done. Okay, yeah, Department of Admin is, second year is going. Mike was the first Director of Admin. So some of the things that kind of transitioned, I was the Director of Finance, fairly new. Mike put in his resignation papers in January, so I kind of started doing some of the things Mike did along with trying to do the Director of Finance. So these things are items that, I didn't bring my book, so I'm going to kind of turn and talk at the same time. So it's basically the Director of Admin, if you don't know, is responsible or oversees Director of Finance, Director of HR, Director of IT, along with Procurement and Risk Management and General Services and Mail. So that is the Director of Admin, oversees all of them. But the big point is the Director of Admin on top there also needs to be the go-between between the supervisors, the executive, and, you know, kind of to be that person to, thank you, to take everybody and bring us together. So she's going to be the, I don't want to say the GUI in between everything, but that's what she's going to be. And so far, what I've seen so far, I think she's going to be very successful. The other part of that is overseeing procurement. Procurement does bids, proposals, contract administration, general purchase orders, P cards, and requisitions. We just had a new lease that we signed for photocopiers throughout the county for that. We do have a person, Shelley Schry, who is in that. She's been in that for a little over a year now. So we're going through a lot of processes on what we're doing there, what we need to do better, and what are we going to do going forward. So you're going to be seeing a lot of things coming through, hopefully, of approving new contracts going forward. Risk management, we also have Andy, who is new there. He got hired. Joel retired 3 months ago, maybe 4 months ago. Andy's trying to bring some things. He worked in government before, and he worked in private. He's trying to bring some safety classes. He's trying to bring some other training manuals, training videos to the risk management, along with all the other things that he has to do with workers' comp and property and liability insurance. General services is mail and printing, which was one of the things of that as your budget book. So from there, we have the initiatives, and these are basically things that I have been in, not necessarily what is going to be going forward. But ARPA was a big thing. I'm sure many of you were on the boards. ARPA and the Spirit Fund with all the municipalities, 21 of them, the fire departments, and all the nonprofits. That basically took up from March to July, my time this year. And now we are on the back end of that, of trying to get all the invoices, making sure they actually bought what they said they're going to be buying. So that's going to be January through, we're done with that program. Challenges, policies, procedures, processes, that's something we need to get better at and getting more of them and getting them all up to date. So there is a working knowledge being left, not the working knowledge of, oh, that person knew that, but now we don't have documentation to go back of what they knew. Successes, new hires, I have a full department, even though me and Jamie discuss how it's too small, but we're doing what we can with what we have. The other initiative that I'll talk about that in finance, that's not Director of Admin. So the budget request, okay, we can't pull the injector. There's a labor increase this year of 6.2%, the IT interfund increase that everybody has talked about. Travel increase went up because the goal of what we're trying to do, and I think I'm the only one who did that this year, was I moved part of the finance budget into admin, so we all have one spot for travel and entertainment. I'm from private, so you all know that's why that was that. It's travel only and work. So then we have professional services in there from Tyler, HR. What that is Tyler has a program where you can buy ahead of time training courses that are either a half a day or a full day. So as far as that, HR, IT, and me, we bought a package last year. Mark used that a lot for doing the whole new PTO and everything else that he put into place. Hopefully this year we'll add some more things. I keep hearing we want to do online applications. So that's part of the Tyler. There was also $6,000 put in for an upgrade, not an upgrade, but for someone from Tyler to come in and show us how to go to the next level for doing this, not paper, but online. The other part is membership. Amazon Prime we have. PRMA is something new that when Andy got here for risk management, he belonged to this before, so he wanted that. It was $500 a year. GFOA is Government Financial Officers Association, which I'm part of, Carol's part of, another person, my financial analyst and management analyst are in there. I put one in there for Jamie, knowing that she was coming. And my CPA licenses and memberships and dues are in there also. So with that, I think I'm done with admin, so I will take questions.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saw on the risk management, safety classes you have CPR. How many county employees do you expect to have CPR? I would assume the nurses at Parkview, but who all do you expect to have CPR, AED, first aid classes?
They just had a training class last week, and I cannot tell you how many.
And that's the first time you've had that?
No, it's not, but I know they just had one last week, and there was probably 20 people, I think, in that. But I don't have that number. I'd have to get
There's no
back to you on that.
countywide expectation. Yeah, I mean,
There should be, and I don't have a benchmark to give you at this point, is all I can say.
I also have a small part-time job with the YMCA, and next month I have to take CPR, AED, first aid, and it may even be CPR for the professional. I'm not sure about that one. So and they've decided that they want everybody who works for the YMCA to have that. So do you see down the road expectations for county employees to be certified?
I'm going to leave that over to the Director of Admin and Executive, but I don't see why that would be a bad initiative.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering about the computer software. So last year we had budgeted 1,000. We moved during the year. I think we added a bunch of money, and I forget what it was for, and then this year we're back down to 19,000. Was that refiguring where the civic clerk was coming out of?
No, the 19,000 was for OpenGov, which is purchase, procurement, and contract. It was 30,000 initially, and now it's 19,000 going forward for the
Okay.
maintenance.
Okay, and so the 19 is going to be an annual
It's OpenGov,
expense
it's annual, yes.
that we'll see in Director of Administration.
Yes.
Okay, and then I know you were doing this, and we talked about this, but again, I just will say I think it's it's difficult to look at the program, make heads or tails of the programs when the revenues are just sort of evenly allocated. I know this department probably has one of the tougher times figuring those things, but that's something I really hope this department can figure out some real good tracking for next year.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vice Chairman Fari.
The revenues are down 4,250. Can you tell us why?
Not off the top of my head, no. I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, we'll wait.
Anyone on Zoom, Teams? Okay. That's all that we have for this part. I think Mark is giving the other.
Good evening. I'm Mark Hobick, Director of Human Resources. And as far as human resources is concerned, we are responsible for benefits administration, recruitment, staffing, payroll management. Those are our main programs that we have. And we're an internal service department, so we're providing services internally to other departments in the county. The initiatives that we have going into 2025, implementing an online application process. We started looking at this back in 2023, evaluating some different programs. We currently have a module within our existing Tyler ERP system. We did some training and some development of our online application earlier this year in May, using some of those PACE training days that Paul was speaking about. However, then we had a retirement of a key employee with over 30 years experience that was integral to that piece, and then we started in budget. So this process we're planning on finishing up in 2025 and moving to a more of a wave of the future, if you will, as far as being able to process applications electronically. Also for next year, we are offering vision insurance to employees. That's been one of the most requested benefits that has been requested of us. So we're trying to be responsive to that. And another initiative that really is in a state of flux, a potential relocation of our Three Waves Clinic to a larger space. We partner with the school district of Oshkosh along with the city of Oshkosh to provide an employer clinic. We had looked at potentially, based on some plans the school district had, needing more space and relocating, but they're reevaluating what some of their long-term objectives are. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that, but it's something that we're working with our partners to evaluate. Challenges that we've got coming up this next year, employee recruitment and retention continues to be a focus of our department. We have challenges throughout the county, whether it's an entire department or specific positions. And part of that goes with the lost experience that we've had in human resources with retirements and internal movement. Since July of 2022, we've lost about 78 years worth of experience in our department. And to put that another way, out of the 11 positions in human resources, only 2 employees have 2.5 years or more experience in their current position. So when you think about everything that we're responsible for and doing, we've been doing a lot of internal training, trying to get employees up to speed, but it's been a challenge. And then processes and procedures, updating that. I'd really like to have an opportunity to evaluate our current processes, find efficiencies, document that. So especially as you think of all the turnover and changes that we've had, it really provides an opportunity to be able to walk people through what our process is instead of having, as I like to refer to it, an oral tradition of what happens in our department. I think that's very important and something we're going to work on for next year. Successes that we've had, we implemented the PTO system January 1st of this year. That's been well received by most accounts. It's helped us with our recruitment as well as retention, made us more competitive. And then to put in perspective, when I talk about processing payroll, what that looks like in the last calendar year, 2023, we processed just shy of 30,000 payroll checks. And thanks to this board, we added a second position in the 2024 budget to help with that. Prior to that, we had one person that was responsible for processing all of that. As far as recruitment and retention, we're on pace to attend 19 hiring events this year, and we hire approximately 400 employees per year. As far as requests that I've got in the HR budget, first of all, an additional $2,900 in advertising to assist with recruitment of vacant positions, which includes we've attended a lot more job fairs this year, and I see that trend continuing. And there's nominal charges for those typically, as well as advertising, sourcing of candidates, things like that. We contract with Ascension to provide employee assistance program for our employees. They can reach out for issues either occurring at work or in their home life, and that contract is going up slightly. And then I've got a part-time position that helps with seasonal recruiting, processing applications, and legal compliance for family medical leave. It's part-time, and I'm requesting that we move that to a full-time position, and that cost would be that $7,652. We certainly have the workload for the position to be full-time, but we've also had a challenge as far as retaining employees in part-time positions, which has led to additional turnover, vacancy time, training time, and then typically employees are moving within the county to a full-time position. So it would help us in the retention aspect if that was a full-time position. We're also responsible for the health insurance fund, and those projections are based on historical trend, and our budget includes a premium increase of 6.52%, which equates to an additional $3.34 per check for a single plan and about $8.76 for a family plan. And I've got in the budget right now $770,000 related to a potential relocation that I mentioned for the Three Waves Clinic. The 6.52% increase does not include any dollars towards that 770 because that move and what that expense would be is really an unknown. I just have that planned as a draw from the fund balance. And just so you're aware, the county operational share of that clinic is approximately 25%. Our health fund is had a projected balance at the end of 2023 of about $5.5 million. And I spoke with both Director Kaiser in finance as well as the P&F committee. We're working on policies regarding fund balances, what's an appropriate amount, what should that amount be, and so that's something that we're hopefully going to shore up next year. which will give us greater guidance as to how much we should have in that fund balance. Right now, that 6.52% increase, in essence, is trying to keep the health insurance fund, in essence, net neutral. So we're not growing the fund, but we're also hoping not to draw it down too much other than, like I said, that potential Three Waves Clinic move. As far as dental, we have no premium increase for 2025. The overall budget projects a usage of just over $50,000 from the dental fund. And again, that reduction planned based on a review of the fund balance with Director Kaiser. Our balance at the end of last year was $762,000, which is about 12 months worth of expenses. So we feel that that fund is healthy enough that we didn't need to do any adjustments. So with that, I am ready to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions, and I think they should be pretty quick. You mentioned you process just under 30,000 payroll checks. Does that include, because we get ours by direct deposit. Isn't everybody getting theirs by direct deposit? Are you actually making physical checks?
No, direct deposit, but
Oh.
yes, processing payroll so that you get a payroll check, but yes,
Okay.
electronic.
Okay, then my second question was, a couple weeks ago, probably everybody in the county employees received a thing about updated insurance information. And I did call the office, leave a message saying, as supervisors, we don't qualify for that, which I think was true. But I thought later about the flex spending accounts. Can supervisors put money into a flex spending account to be used for prescriptions and medical appointments and so on?
I believe you can, and that's an annual enrollment.
Okay.
So it doesn't roll over each year. You'd have to enroll each year, but if you'd like, I could have Ginger reach out to you if you're interested in that.
Sure. Okay, thank you. That's end of my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Gilbertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is regarding to the approximately 400 employees per year that you guys are hiring. About how many of those 400 are you able to retain?
Well, I've got a breakdown of those employees that hopefully will answer a little bit of your question in a roundabout way. So approximately 5%, or about 20 of those 400, are temporary employees that we'll bring in various departments for various temporary needs. About 6%, about 24 positions, are seasonal positions that we bring in throughout the county. Sometimes those employees return season after season, sometimes they don't. We have casual employees that make up about 14%, or 55 positions. Those typically will work a relief capacity, whether that's at Parkview, Shelter Care, or the Crisis Center. And so those positions will pick up shifts for regular employees. About 6 employees were project employees. So again, that's a short-term, specific type of project. And then we get into the regular full-time is really about half of that, just over 200. And as far as what we're able to retain, we are ahead, forget the exact number, but I want to say I think we're ahead about 40 full-time employees that we've hired this year versus what we've lost. So, and obviously out of those 200, it's not necessarily those new employees that leave. But overall, for our regular full-time, our turnover is about 18%, give or take.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will go down my usual pipe about 400 employees hired in a year is almost 2 per day. I think when we first talked like this at a budget meeting, it was 1 per day, and I was feeling pretty impressed by that. So just a big congratulations to your team for opening up so many more opportunities by bringing so many people in. It's no short task to get them in, get them oriented. And as we've talked about, getting them set up on the right foot with all the benefits, getting enrolled, getting them accustomed to all the things that they're entitled as employees is such a fundamental piece to that, long-term relationship that we have with employees. So big congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
I first want to ask about your programs. You are one of the staff who has lots of reason to be at lots of committee and board meetings, but that's not one of the programs that you have listed. Do you have a reason why you didn't put that as one of your programs, or is there somewhere else in your programs that's sort of supporting the board and committees is captured?
The reason is that we had some internal discussion, and I think this goes back to what Jamie had mentioned earlier regarding maybe some growth opportunities and how we do this, is that I focused on programs that in essence originate or are kind of owned per se by human resources, as opposed to, we had, 400 and some programs county-wide, and I think we're trying to get to the point where there's like one program for county board support that every department could point to, but that's, I don't think, a finalized piece of the puzzle at this point.
Okay. And I just note that because I think that is an important part of what you do. That is, you're at the Personnel and Finance Committee meetings, you are at almost all of our board meetings. You regularly attend other committee meetings as there's HR issues. And just to sort of note that it is to me, it's a pretty expansive across the, cutting across more than just where you're directly needed role. That said, you are also probably not somebody who every minute of your time needs to be tracked to a specific dollar. I'm guessing you're working like more than 40 hours a week and things like that. So there's some like flexibility to how that's captured. But just as a note, I think that's an important program that HR does, is provide this board certainly and committees with information. I have a couple questions, and I think, for me, I'm going to center these around Parkview, but I think like this, there's broader application of this. So first, I've, heard in administration that online applications are coming. Are we definitely going to see online applications in 2025?
I want to say yes, because my goal had been in 24.
Right.
But then, my goal originally had been 23. And then with everything we did in 23 and then this year and turnover. So like I said, in quarter one, quarter two of this year, we did that PACE training. We actually have the application itself built in the Tyler system. So what we need to do at this point is work on the workflow piece internally as to how that works, and then do implementation and training to departments. And that's, Paul mentioned some of the dollars in the Department of Administration budget is to partner with Tyler to have some of that expertise walk us through that. So yes, barring other large projects or things, that is absolutely my goal. So
Okay.
I want to have that done because it really helps with the recruitment. And when you think about it as an employer, what do people see when they come to our website? What is their experience? That initial experience isn't necessarily that first interview. It's, can they apply easily? Can they get the information in? It's that big picture view. And I think it's really important that we, try to meet the needs of the expectation nowadays of people looking for jobs.
Yeah, I think that's entirely right. I wouldn't even, I'm 40 years old. I'm not even, necessarily like a younger person in the market. And I wouldn't even think about applying for a job that didn't have an online application system.
Right.
And I think especially when we're looking at a lot of the positions at Parkview that are unfilled, that we need to get filled, that's got to be essential. So I think I'm going to just ask this question. Is there any other resources that are needed to ensure that we can get online applications available in 2025?
Well, as HR, we can't do, even though we're an internal service department, we can't do all of these things ourselves. So for instance, we partner, you'll hear from Jennifer later, the director of IT. We couldn't have done PTO without IT. We can't get electronic applications without IT. There's a lot of partnership that goes that way. And then once we roll it out to departments, it's that training piece. And it's not just the application piece. It's having department hiring managers having access to applications as soon as the applications come in. So that's another key piece. So, but to answer your question, IT is a critical component to helping us make this successful.
Okay, you begin thinking about your answer. Is there anybody else I need to ask that to? Because for me, the bottom line is, and folks will hear this later in Parkview's budget, there's money in the Parkview budget to take out. The executive's budget double budgets for certain staff. There's money available to pull out of the Parkview budget that we can put towards solutions to the ingrained problems of hiring at Parkview. And so I want to ask everybody I need to ask, because I'm going to come back to this every single chance I can in 2025, and I want to make sure that the answer is yes. We've gone ahead, we've got the things that we know are just basic 2005 pieces of hiring to make sure that we can staff that facility.
Right, so specific to your question about implementing electronic applications, what do I need? I need our great IT team.
Okay, all right, we'll cover that later. Then you started to allude towards, we need to get from the application to the interview really quickly. What else, do you have everything you need to, especially at Parkview, make sure that those CNA applications and whatnot are going, have every opportunity to go? Obviously, people may not be able to schedule, but that we are moving from an application to interviews within the week.
Are you asking me about staffing?
I'm asking you about, I don't know if it's a staffing issue. I'm asking because I think, again, when we're looking to hire people at $16 an hour, the expectation from competitors in that labor sector is that these things are happening really quickly. And if I'm applying for a $16 an hour job, I'm probably not sitting in the market for 1 or 2 or months waiting for our process to conclude.
Right.
So maybe it's a staffing issue. I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, some of it is, I think, just a strategic issue, as well as, frankly, a capacity issue of prioritization and what we have time to focus on. So, for instance, Lindsay, the Parkview director, and I are going to be meeting in a couple weeks to review the hiring process there, as well as are there some things we can do strategically to focus on. The example I like to use is, as we look at neighborhoods in Parkview, and what does it take to open another neighborhood? Well, if they, for instance, need X number of whatever position, let's say they need 5 more RNs to reach that threshold to open a neighborhood, well, then let's be strategic about that, and let's focus our hiring on getting those positions hired that we need so another neighborhood can open. Doesn't mean that if they need some help in food service or environmental services that we're not going to focus or hire on those, but let's really be strategically focused on what the objective is and how can we partner together to try to meet that. And so I think more conversations and partnering that way will be helpful to us.
So, I agree with you. Okay.
Not me. I must not turn it off. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm going to actually help Supervisor Schellenberger out. Suggest using strategic workforce planning to find the critical needs of Parkview. Take a bite of the elephant and focus your online application process. Pilot it at Parkview, get it rocking and rolling, then expand it across the county. Just a thought for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Supervisor Burrow is getting into what I was going to ask, but just really reiterating the fact of you know, younger folks, and maybe we'll hear from some more here on this board, but the whole online presence, the whole not having an application online is just absolutely insane to me. And then I guess I'm just asking about your online presence as far as recruiting and what you use. I know at one point the county was using Indeed and stuff like that. Are you still using Indeed? If not, what are you using out there? Thank you very much.
Yep. So first of all, everything that we have available goes to the county website. But as far as external sites, Indeed is our primary site, and we do a lot of sourcing on Indeed, formerly Indeed Resume, where we can actually target positions, backgrounds, education, and look at people who are actively seeking employment and try to align our needs with those who are looking. We've had a lot of success with that. And then we also will post jobs on professional sites specific to certain jobs. We have one in like peer support specialists in human services. There's one group in Wisconsin that does that certification, and so we'll advertise on that one particular site, and we've had good success with. For Director of Administration, we did a posting through NACO, did a national posting for that. For some of the Corporation Council positions, we've done the bar. So we try to take again, strategic approach based on the type of position, if there's professional organizations, planning and zoning. A lot of the staff we've had have come from UW Stevens Point, and so we've connected with them, posted on their sites, things like that. So the bread and butter answer, though, to your question is Indeed is our primary external site that we go to time and again because we've actually had a lot of success with that.
And I'll echo the sentiments of Supervisor Skellinger there. I work in the construction industry. It's pretty archaic, and I just cannot believe for the life of me that the county does not have any online application. So I'm, you know, willing to do whatever this board needs us to do to make that happen for 2025, and let's get some of these positions filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to address that if the majority of things are on Indeed, what you guys are going to do to sort of grow the public trust back. Indeed is having a real issue with the younger generations for a lot of ghost job postings. What are we doing to combat that?
Well, one of the things that we do is we try to focus a lot of our posts on well, like Indeed, for instance, when we post on Indeed, it's not just a post and forget it. We'll either source, where we're directly reaching out individually to people who have a current resume or actively looking, or if it is say a free job posting or something like that, we're responding to every single person who interacts with us on Indeed and shows an interest. They're getting a email directly from us. They're getting further information. You know, we're trying to cultivate that. The other thing is that that responsiveness, phone calls, things like that, to let them know that this isn't just a AI chatbot response type of a thing. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that helps. In addition, if the growing public trust in Indeed continues to go down, what is your backup plan for the majority of your job postings? Indeed is not doing very well right now.
Well, like I said, we've used a lot of different ones. We've used ZipRecruiter in the past. We've used, you know, I think it's kind of outdated these days, but we've used Monster before. You know, we've talked about LinkedIn. We post jobs on the county's Facebook page, things like that. So while right now Indeed is the main one we've seen success on, it's not our exclusive one, and things change. You know, if there becomes whatever the next Indeed is, we'll roll with that. You know, whatever is going to help us recruit the best candidates, attract and retain, we'll move to. We're not beholden to Indeed by any means.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go any farther in our agenda, we said we had adjourned approximately at 9 o'clock. 9:20 or
questions on that?
There's a motion on the floor to recess in a second. Discussion. Mike Gustafson.
If we are going to take this vote, I'd like it to be a roll call vote.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Hanson. I am so sorry. What is the motion on the floor? The motion is to go ahead and recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning. Anyone else?
How late are you gonna stay tonight?
Two presentations.
How this motion goes.
Two. There's two.
That are left to speak yet.
It's just two?
Just two more presentations?
Two more presentations, come on.
Three.
We can still do.
Make that second motion. Chairman Farley. Who made the second on that?
I don't know, but you can put me no later tonight. We can finish tomorrow.
That's right. Say that again.
Mr. Chair, I know my mic's still on.
Start talking.
I know my mic's still on, so I'll just, my point's going to be, if we go a little bit later tonight, there's a good chance that we can try to finish up by tomorrow and not have to come back on Wednesday. So I think if we have the speakers here and they're ready, I think we should take the initiative, put in time right now, hear them out, and then come back tomorrow.
I agree.
Supervisor Ponzer.
According to this, it ain't working. At any rate, on the back here, it says we were to adjourn and recess at 9 o'clock, and if we adopted it, do we not have to follow it? Oh, where's Mary?
Anyone else? Here you go. Make the second that we go ahead and
Come on, Mary.
recess, not or recess. Going on your machine, going on machines. Want to recess? Vote yes. Don't want to recess?
We're changing the agenda.
Really strong, vote twice.
Three that are here tonight.
Doesn't matter regardless, I'm leaving. Back up, I'm sure they're gonna bail on us.
I'm gonna have to push save.
8:30.
One will be bowls and house coffee at 8. Smartphone is not moving until 7:30.
I'll be here at 6:30 just a week and salivate.
What are the results?
The answer is?
Yeah, regardless of how long this takes, tomorrow at 8:30.
I want it.
No.
Bar's only open till 2.
All of a sudden, the system browns out. Or Windows crashes, we don't have election results. This is it. The water pipe broke in the back. I don't want to take her candy.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break.
All right, I'll do that.
For a schedule of all
Thank
GovTV
you.
programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at OshkoshMedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at OshkoshMedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
It didn't melt no GI's pockets. That's cigarettes, right?
They said you should be able to see it on your screen. It's 13 to 20, and so it failed. But they said you should be able to see it on your screen.
We're going ahead. I knew if I packed up, it would happen.
I'm lucky I even got a screen the way this is.
There you go, 13, 20.
All right, finance, get up here, let's go. Go finance.
Okay, who's up? I believe Director Kaiser is.
What was the point to agree to the agenda if we're not going to follow the agenda?
And the answer is, boom. Just start talking, we got it.
We can change the
Okay.
rules too?
I'm back, Director of Finance, Paul Kaiser. My programs for Finance Department. Finance, if you don't know, we have the finance, which I'm in charge of, but then there's a bunch of other people that do admin/finance stuff throughout the county at other departments, and that's one of the initiatives we're going to be looking at with me and Jamie of how do we get together and form the finance team for Winnebago County, not just the finance department. That's another side note on top of what I'm going to present for this budget. For this budget, finance is also in charge of the majority of accounts payable and receivables. We process 75% of the invoices that come to Winnebago County, which is about 32,000 invoices. We have about 16,000 payments. That varies with check and EFTs. ACHs is basically what we do. Doesn't cost us money. If we do EFTs, it costs us money because it's same day. Priority-based budgeting and online line item budget for this year. Like I said, we started this in May. It's October, going to be November. Capital assets, we spend around $14 million a year we've been doing. 10 of it's been in the CIP plan. $4 million has been what has been referred to as capital outlay. You'll see how we're trying to fine-tune that and say capital improvement program should be anything over $100,000, whether we're going to bond for it or not use our capital program for what's being bonded. That's going to be something else as an initiative going forward. And you'll see that later on as we talk about the capital improvement plan after we get the budget done. Cash and investments is all in the finance office, basically me. Right now we have $194 million in our portfolio, with a portion of that is right now probably about 30 million is in cash. The other 160 million is in investments, treasury notes, CDs, bonds, corporate bonds, and so forth. The estimate for next year is $5.1 million is what we're going to get in interest for the county. Working with the county board committees. Debt planning is another one that we do, as we just got done and did that in the November meeting for $8.12 million we borrowed. And did that get up there yet? Yeah. Financial planning, monitoring, and reporting. As I came here and as was pointed out, when I got here budget was talked about a lot. I wanted to get more into the actuals and better reporting out. The tools that we have right now through Tyler, we were like, I don't even want to know how many years where we were behind. We upgraded 3 major versions in 2023, so we are up to the most current version. Now it's trying to get the reporting up to the current version, because most of the reports that we have are from 2011 that were written by Tyler, not by our people. So part of that training for 2025 in the pace that Mark talked about for HR is also going to be finance and learning how to do some of the report writing in that, and have that with IT's help, get that out to other departments to write their own reports, and doing it as employees, not hiring out to Tyler to do that. The other part is the audit book and the audit every year. CLA has been our audit. They gave us an unqualified opinion for 2023. The act for the budget book, and thankfully GASB has stopped putting out some major things for us. But when I got here, we had to do GASB 87, which revolved around leases, and GASB 96, which revolved around subscriptions, which is all related to software. So them are two major things that were done in 2022 and 2023 and have to be followed up, but the implementation is the long part. They have GASB 101 is coming out, which is going to be a little bit, but thankfully they don't hit us that much. The initiatives we had and struggles, our investment portfolio is good. What we tried to do, or I tried to do, is try to get as much as we could out there for as long as I'm allowed to do, which the investment policy says I'm only allowed to invest in certain items which are secure, and the longest I can invest out to any investment is 7 years. 3, 5, and 7 are the stages. I do have investments out to 2030, locked in at a 4.6 or a 5.1 interest rate. So that is going to be coming for another 7 years for the investments we have, because my opinion and what's happening out there and what the brokers are telling me is by the end of 2025, that interest rate is probably going to be around 3.7, 3.75. So once the election, I have a feeling it's falling fast, which is good for homeowners, hopefully, to get new mortgages. But, so, I did fast forward that. Okay, so that's pretty much on that one. I kind of hit that on 1 and 2. So my budget request was 7,000 increase in labor, interfund, travel. I moved most of my travel for admin out. The travel we have is one of several things. It's going to be a conference for GFOA, or it's going to be a conference for Tyler, which is our ERP system. Them are the things that got moved to the admin budget. The other things we do have is there's a Wisconsin GFOA, which usually they hold theirs Wisconsin Rapids or down Delavan. So I guess based on that, that should wrap up mine, so I'll field any questions.
Supervisor Ponzer.
Must accidentally pushed it.
You're off. Anyone on Teams? Did a good job. Oh. Supervisor Hancock Cook.
Thank you. Oh, look at you. You're much faster than me. Thank you very much for this explanation. I have a question that may be completely out of the realm of what you're supposed to worry about, but I wondered if the county is looking at any of the funding available in the Inflation Reduction Act to help us as we upgrade our facilities or look at potentially creating different energy projects in the county.
There was a position that was approved in the last budget for a management analyst who we hired. I believe he's 3 months in now. So he is trying to learn as much as he can on all the grants and work with all the people in the county that do grants. So he is trying to get whatever funds we can get for our IRA, the IIJA. I mean, all of them, if you don't go out there and do that, but he's learning on the fly. So yes, we are going to look at as much as we can get, and that position is going to help us get there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Not seeing anyone else. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Ritten with Information Technology, and I have a bit of laryngitis or some form of not able to talk. So I'm going to be real brief. All right, programs are up there. I'm not really going to go through each one. I think they are mostly in your packet, but certainly if you have any questions, please let me know on that slide. For initiatives, challenges, and successes, our initiatives are that we are working through our Windows 11 upgrade. So Windows 10 is out of support in October of 25. We are about 50% done with that right now. And many of the other additional laptops will be replaced in 25, which will lend to easily replacing Windows 11 there. We have OneDrive and SharePoint initiative right now with Microsoft 365 and our investment in that. That will certainly lend more to better collaboration by using SharePoint between our departments. And we're also working on multi-factor authentication for countywide. We were awarded the grant that I brought forward July to PNF and the county board for $75,000 to purchase more of those lovely YubiKeys that you all have with your laptops, to bring that initiative to the entire county and all staff, which will help us comply with CGIS requirements and be up to standards with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST. They are the ones who govern they govern 20 character passwords as well, so you can thank them for that. Some of our challenges are cybersecurity. Phishing is huge. We have had many local, mainly nonprofit organizations lately that have been targeted with phishing, and then that sends out things to their address books, and we're in their address books, and then we get open this bid request or open this contract type of stuff. So that's been really challenging because it only takes one person, and that person could be in this room, so be really careful. It only takes one person to fall for one of those, and that compromises potentially the security of the entire county. So really working on education for that. Another challenge is the Technology Support Fund. You've heard it already, and you're going to hear it all day tomorrow, I'm sure. It's a great initiative. It will definitely give the departments a more true cost of ownership of all their devices, all their users. So it's really important for them to understand that so they can make better decisions for their budget, right? So often we would get that, well, I want another monitor. Well, are they really understanding what that costs? And the life cycle of those items and getting that into their budget. So they can make great decisions for themselves onto what they need to run their department for their workflows and get their job done. Another challenge is analog phone lines. We have over 100 analog phone lines with AT&T, and those come out of state contract in April of 25. It's very up in the air right now as to what that contract is going to look like in the future. Because of that aging technology, they don't have the technicians anymore to maintain that infrastructure that's very old. So they are highly recommending that we move off that technology because we anticipate that when that contract ends, that price is going to skyrocket. So we're looking at alternatives for that, such as cellular or disconnecting, things like fax lines. Some of our successes are the completion of our fiber loop. We came in 80,000 under budget, which brings our fiber architecture to about 41 miles and provides a loop architecture for redundancy. We've completed the certification, very close to completing the certification of our Luna in-house built product for human services. That brings us in compliance with the latest industry standards for electronic health management systems. We assisted in we managed the entire cell phone and mobile device upgrade for the entire county of over 600 devices, and we assisted in the copier refresh of over 125 devices very recently. And we were very involved in the harm reduction vending machines that were supported by a grant, and we wrote the program that distributes the PIN to the users of that so that they get access to the items they need. Let's see. Yeah, that's that. My request is for the new position that we're calling Applications Administrator. And leading into the question that Supervisor Schellinger asked on how we can support what Mark needed, we need a position like that to help bridge that gap between, that person would be really instrumental in being an expert in Tyler. And Tyler is our enterprise system that we use for HR and finance. So that person would be a better bridge to the vendor, Tyler, and the departments who use the applications, finance, HR, and everyone else. So having that expert would allow us to better implement a software like that without having to pay potentially for additional services from someone like Tyler. That's that. Questions?
Supervisor Hancock Cook.
Button, I apologize, Chairman.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Is this the appropriate time to ask about the interfund technology account? Okay.
Probably.
Can you tell us about the data processing? There's $307,000 of contractual services for data processing within the technology interfund. What is that data processing?
I don't know why it's called data processing. It's just what it's always been called. I don't think that really describes what it does. But it's all of our contracts related to the infrastructure. So if you have a piece of hardware like a firewall, that's under a different line item. That's the physical equipment. But then you have a corresponding contract that generally goes along with that to support that hardware in the future. So the patches, the upgrades, technical support if we have to call that vendor for expertise. So that's all of those contracts. Our firewalls, our virtual infrastructure, our backup infrastructure, all of those big infrastructure software systems that require a contract basically to operate.
Okay. This is probably I don't understand. I'm not a good IT person. But like, so is this reviewing the contracts or writing? What's the
paying that company? So a big one is Palo Alto is our firewall, or if you maybe heard of VMware, that's a virtual infrastructure. You're paying that company for to provide you with the right to the firmware upgrades, patch fixes, security upgrades, of course. If Palo Alto finds a bug in their architecture and they have to patch it, that gives us the rights to all of that. And open trouble tickets for why isn't this working the way we think it should, or things like that.
perfect? I would agree that data processing doesn't really capture it.
It does not.
Thank you.
There's no one on Teams, so that's all I have right now. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mike Elder, the Director of Facilities. I've been up here a few times before you already. So I'll be going over our budget for the Facilities Department. We've got a total, I put together a total of like 22 programs, and I've separated them out into our major and minor programs. Being the Facilities Department, it's pretty self-explanatory. We do maintenance of the buildings, equipment, custodial, and utilities. Those are really my four biggest programs. They take up half of my budget pretty much. The rest of them are not so involved with what we do, but we take care of 14 buildings in the county, and we assist the other departments with their facility-related items. Some of our, okay. Some of our initiatives are, we're working to assimilate more of the other departments into our realm of responsibility for facilities. We've got the experts on staff to really address what it takes to keep the facilities up. And some of the things that you've seen in the past are the result of us not being involved in helping the departments with their buildings because it wasn't something that was assigned to us historically. The second one we're going to try and get done this year is to complete a facilities master plan. Last year we completed the facilities condition assessment, which was basically a snapshot of what condition our buildings are in. That gave us a kind of a roadmap to determine which buildings are really going to be worthwhile to be spending money on, keeping up, and maybe give us some indication of which buildings are at the point where they've reached the end of their usefulness. Some of our challenges are the need for county services keeps growing. So that means the other departments keep growing. That forms a greater need for us to support them. Our opportunity to increase revenue is minimal because we don't really have a business model that goes out and helps people and have them pay for our services. Inflation is something that's really been hitting us hard. You all have seen what's happened during the COVID period where price of materials went up. The prices have come down, but they haven't come down to pre-COVID levels. So we're struggling with getting the cost for that. Staffing has been harder to fill. I'm part of the baby boom generation. We're all retiring, and the people that are following behind us is a lower number of people. Working in facilities and being custodial staff is not as glamorous as being an IT person or working in finance or something else. So a lot of the people that are graduating from high school are not going into the trades. So it's a real competition for us to work with everybody else that's looking for them. As the need for the services grow, like I said before, the number of the buildings, the need for office space is growing. That relates to how much we have to take care of. At the beginning of the turn of the century and the end of the last century, late 90s, early 2000s, we went on a building spree. All those buildings are aging out now. Their equipment is 20, 25 years old, and it's requiring more maintenance and more capital investment. That's one of our big challenges. What I've looked at is, with our facilities condition assessment, they gave us some projections. Over the next 5 years, I'm looking at operational maintenance type thing, things that cost less than $100,000. I'm looking at about a $19 million cost to keep up the buildings that we've got right now. Capital improvements, those are the things that cost over $100,000, like air conditioning at the jail, air conditioning at Parkview, air conditioning for this building. I'm looking at about a $33 million cost. And that is what is really driving the need for a master plan so that we can figure out what all the departments need and then try to conform our buildings and our facilities to meet their needs and probably or hopefully stave off some of the really expensive things and get them what they need at a lower cost. Some of our successes, we finished the condition assessment, and actually it came in better than what I thought. I hoped we'd have a really good score, but we came in pretty good. Most of our buildings are not at the point where we have to replace them because we've kept them up as best we could. There's a few that we don't. We completed the 980 residential facility. The end of this month, we should have the highway shop offices all done. They should be able to move back into it. We've relocated the Veterans Services Office to the second floor of Neenah Human Services. We've completed replacing the chiller and the roof at the Neenah Human Services Building. We've started construction of the Evidence and Morgue Building, and that is projected to be done about early to mid-February of next year. We've completed the USDA remodeling out at Coughlin. We completed repair of the boathouse. We completed the repairs that were needed for Harrison Street Shelter Care and the Silvercrest facility. And we're still working on getting the Expo Center up to speed to be our disaster recovery point. That is one where the supply chain has really stuck some roadblocks in there. The generator itself took 14 months for us to get ordered. And we just were told about 2 months ago that another critical piece of the equipment was delayed out another 25 weeks. So that job is looking at being done sometime in 2025. My budget request is, I'm requesting to exchange a vacant facilities technician position for an additional facilities assistant position. And facilities assistants is the name that we've given to people who are involved in our custodial division, but they do more than just cleaning. So that's what they're called. And then we're looking at upgrading our computerized maintenance management system. We take care of between 8,000 and 14,000 work orders a year. And the system that we've got right now started on Windows 98. And working with IT and everything, we've got it up to where we are right now, but the next step that we've got will become, it'll become paperless. My technicians will have a tablet. We'll be able to load on technical manuals, building diagrams, and everything that they'll be able to have right there at the site. Rather than us having to print off drawings or print off work orders, we'll be able to have instantaneous communication between them. And this is my total budget. It's roughly about a 4.58% increase. A lot of that is due to utilities going up. They go up 7% projected every year, and our labor expenses. So I will take any questions from you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice presentation, Mike. Maybe you answered my question. I was thinking about the highway building that we discovered was full of mold between the walls, and I thought that there were other buildings that were built about the same time with the same building technique, and there was mold in other places. Is the mold all taken care of at highway, and did we have other places where we had mold in offices?
The highway shop was built the same way as big box stores. That's the only building that we've had built like that. So that's the one that had the majority of the mold issues.
I think there was some mold at UW Fox Cities, but but I'm not sure what we're going to do with that anyway. Although I hope it doesn't go under, really. Okay, that's all. But they're moving in. They're moving back in.
It should be done, and we should be able to get them moved in at the end of November.
Okay, and do we need to do anything to process the employees to make sure that they haven't got any lung issues from being in that building?
They've been out of the building during the construction, and before we got the construction going, we had HEPA filters going, and we were doing periodic air testing, and the mold was contained.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Well, thanks for you, Mike. Thank you for getting me, before it went online, the McKinstry report.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should take the time to read that. Probably one of the best construction reports I've ever done. So it's a starting point for us. In the master plan, are you taking bids on that? Or can they piggyback off of what they did?
McKinstry doesn't do master plans.
Okay.
We put it out for RFP, and we had 4 responses, and it was coincidental, the lowest cost one was also the one that had the most experience in doing county master plans. So we have awarded it to Venture Architects, and we are working on getting the contract signed now.
Perfect. And then a question on the shelters at the park. I thought that I saw we had that out for bids for various things to do with the shelters, and then I thought we I saw that we had it out for rebid. Is that,
Correct. I've worked with Adam on that. That's not really one that we have taken lead on.
okay,
That's one of the ones where I'm saying we want to try and assimilate some of these things to maybe stave off that. But their bids came in more than what they had estimated.
that's what I figured. So, to piggyback on that, so we have this budget, and we put things out for bid, and they come over budget, which you know they do. Then we have to, if we want to move ahead, like our boathouse, we have to take from the general funds. Is there, do you see in the future any relief on that? That we could possibly get something under budget or at the budget?
Well,
And I know you're not a
I don't have the crystal ball.
crystal ball, but if you project we're gonna have to spend these kind of dollars to update our facilities, I'm not sure that in this day and age, that's a solid number.
For like our
Because when you
facilities
get-
condition assessment,
Yeah,
we have McKinstry under contract, and they go through every year and they will update our prices.
okay,
So that's a big help for me.
okay.
I know there's been some discussion on how we modify how we do our capital planning, because part of the problem that we've got is, how do we get good cost estimates without paying somebody to do us the good cost estimates in a rudimentary design, but we don't really have a project approved by you guys? So it's kind of, I'm stuck in a catch-22. You know, if we say we want to remodel, let's say, Neenah Human Services, you're going to ask, how much is it going to cost? I got to come up with an estimate somehow, but we don't have the capital project approved, and the way we've been doing funding for it is that design work should be in the capital project. So it's kind of like the horse and the cart. So we're working on trying to change how we do some of these processes.
And that's not anything derogatory against you, because
Right.
you do a good job of what you're doing. But it's almost overwhelming that we have to do all this maintenance on these buildings, and it's gonna be very costly. So, and we don't control the bidding process.
Right.
But thank you for everything you do.
Supervisor Sellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the first year for a while that you haven't had wage turnover savings and fringe turnover savings in your budget. Are you pretty close to fully staffed?
I am proud to say yes.
That's
It's been 5 years, but we have gotten to the point where, at this point, and looking forward, we're fully staffed.
Oh, fantastic. And have you, also been able to retain, because I think in the past you've talked about, you get
Yeah.
people in and then it's hard to keep them.
Right. We did lose, over the last few years, we did lose people for higher paying jobs.
And that's kind of stabilized. Okay.
It appears to have stabilized.
Awesome. It's always a good sign to get rid of those wage turnover savings, because bears an optimistic forecast for all of the work that we're going to do. And then my next question is, I think when your team has the capacity to jump in on things like the Harrison Street building, or some of these other things that come up that are either forced upon us or opportunities come up, it's outside of what you're normally doing, and you talked about having more on your plate. But it feels like on my time on the board, there's always something like Harrison Street coming up that requires your team to jump in, do more, stretch your capacities. With all the extra demands that you've talked about, does your team still have that flexibility for the new projects that come up?
We've become real good at juggling. So for right now, I would say yes.
Okay.
If we assimilate all of the buildings and everything, I would say that would be the point that we start looking at how we reallocate resources within the county.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Bender.
I was out at the highway shop today. It looked like they were still working on that building in the front of it. And maybe the offices may be done, but I believe they're still working on it, the trailers. And they painted the outside of that office when is the plan to paint the rest of the building? You know, you go to that warm storage and a cold storage, the whole side of the building's full of mold. It's all black mold by every one of them pillars. I mean, it looks terrible. I mean, I would be embarrassed to have a building like that. And I look into capital improvement, there's no money listed for next year to repair it. When is the expectation that we're gonna take care of that problem?
This is one of the things where I've been saying we're trying to get other departments assimilated into our responsibilities. Highways has been historically responsible for their own buildings. So as we're getting more involved in the different buildings, we're developing plans to take care of those issues.
So in other words, it could be years before that it gets addressed. And we just let that, pretty soon that whole one side of that building will be nothing but black mold.
We will have to take a look at it.
I'd appreciate it. It looks terrible.
We have no other call-ins and no one on Zoom, so I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Adjourned. You may leave all of your stuff here. Those of you that are coming back tomorrow may leave all of your stuff here. It's going to be locked up.